You think your body isn't ready? I literally chose for Kevin to open the stream with. I've been so excited. You guys don't know. I am so ready. I'm so ready. You guys do not know how excited I am for this. My girl's gonna be here. I'll say this. Maybe I need to turn the game volume up a little bit. Turn this up just a little bit. Let's go! Dude, I'm so excited. You guys have no idea. I'm like fresh out of the theater to seeing Jurassic World, but like we're not gonna talk about that. We don't care. It's time for Ellie, motherfuckers. Do you guys know? I'm so excited. I was like, hello and welcome everybody who's here. Buckle the fuck up, because I am ready. I've been so hyped for this shit. Alright, Zeph, tell me what the fuck's happening. You're gonna just text, voice and text settings here. Hold on, what does that mean? Does that mean like the volume? Just the volume of the voices? Let me know if it's too quiet, guys. Alright, there's Don Hung. Let's go help him. Artemis, what are you doing here? Where's Phainon? There's no time for wasting. I know, I ain't fucking around today. We're under Lord Phainon's orders to escort you both to safety, no matter the cost. Leave this to me and the Holy City Guards. Zeph, take them and go. Wait, Nemosine. The black-clad swordmaster. Something seems off. Yeah, what is happening? Don Hung finally has a voice in English too, bless. Yeah, he can finally talk again. He's out of, like, jail. At some point earlier, they suddenly froze in place, not moving at all. Like some kind of omen. No time to waste, let's get out of here. Right, we don't know exactly what's happening, but retreating is the safest choice right now. Hello, Cinderella the Pilgrim, welcome. I don't know which demigod graced us with this miracle. Please come with us. Phainon, is he gonna be alright? Yeah, I want to take me back to Phainon. I want to see Ellie, damn it. You believe in his resolve to save Akaba? Yeah, okay, whatever. But Elysia. Also, notice that the music that they're playing in the background here is also very similar to For Kevin, which I played just before we started stream. I feel like that's definitely deliberate. It's not exact, but I feel like it's deliberate. The Flame Reaver isn't pursuing us. Could this really be some kind of divine intervention? Or, you know, Kevin's talking to Ellie, so Flame Reaver has to be frozen for a minute. He has to let the cycle continue, I suppose. We can't stay here for long. Lady Trina's Sentry Gate is just outside the city. Let's keep moving. I feel like somebody should stay behind. I agree, but Phainon, he must have struggled a lot before making this decision. For now, let's get back in contact with the Express and plan our next move. That's the safest course of action. We need more information. On that note, I have a proposal. Lygus, you motherfucker! No, it's Screwlum! Oh, shit! Let's go! Hi, Screwlum! I misjudged you. I thought you were the other asshole. I hope to convey a message to the two nameless. Hi, Screwlum! Screwy! Yeah, we haven't seen Screwy in ages. Who are you? Stand down. I order you to maintain a distance of 10 paces. It's okay, guard. This one is not our enemy. It has been a while, nameless at the Astral Express. I'm glad I arrived in time to stop that black-clad one from harming you further. Oh, so he did that! Screwly catches Alvsy's undeserved rage. He kind of does. I'm ready to fight Lygus. I'm ready. I'm gonna beat the shit out of Lygus when we see him. I'm ready. I'm ready to fight. I told you guys, I'm like chomping at the bit to beat the fuck out of some dudes. I'm ready. So it was you. Never thought the Express crew would bring a genius for backup. Indeed. Madame Herta invited me to meet with you, nameless. Rest assured. You two know this Anti-Kytherian. Does he come from the same people as Counselor Lygus? Don't worry, guard. This gentleman is an ally of the Trailblaze. Would you mind giving us a moment to speak in private? Of course. We'll wait nearby. Please stay safe. Poor King Screwlum, yeah. I fully understand your situation. For now, the only thing I can do is temporarily freeze that black cloud one in place. Time is limited, so I'll keep this brief. The place where you stand, Amphorius, is a world constructed from data and memoria, an experimental field of a certain eon. And now, this isolated sandbox world is rapidly falling into a third path, destruction. Conclusion. If Amphorius continues unchecked on this course, a Lord Ravager will complete its evolution and metamorphosis and emerge from the surging tides. The cosmos as we know it will suffer irreversible consequences. A Lord Ravager like Phantilia. The disaster that this Lord Ravager intends to trigger may be far more severe than the Lawfu Stellaron crisis, because its goal is the Eon of Erudition. Okay. Putting aside the complex details of the inferences involved, I have a request to make. For one of you nameless to stay behind on Amphorius, acting as an informant, in order to prevent the wrath of destruction from ravaging the cosmos. This world is enveloped in a firewall that defies explanation, and the flow of time here is also different from reality. So we were right about that. I've beaten all the update content? Oh, I'm so sorry, Grail. Madam Herd and I can only tear open a gap and project images inside. So we were right that time moves differently. Cool, so we got that one right. However, the accidental crash landing of the express car notwithstanding, both of you were able to successfully land here. There must be some principle behind this we have yet to fully grasp. It will take time to uncover the reason. Before then, if one of the Nameless is willing to stay and witness the fate of this world, or to push it along when necessary, it would be of great assistance. What say you, Don Hong? Mr. Screwlum, I believe you, so I only have one thing I'd like to confirm with you. As Amphorius is already facing its end, how can we guarantee the safety of the person who stays behind? Look at this, if you would. Oh, okay. Well, back to the Elysian mines, I guess. Yeah. This curio is called Chronocognition Anchor. The two of you may view it as a kind of space anchor in the world of erudition. As long as you carry it with you, your individual data structure will be protected and will remain unaffected by the influence of digital tsunamis. When required, it can also serve as a bridge for communications between the internal and external worlds. Of course, blank it is not, blank curio, with unlimited uses, blank may only be held by one person. The connection blank being blank interfered with, decide blank quickly as possible blank. 2 blank, final blank messages. 1 Inteleron blank named blank Lygus. I'm not gonna read the blanks. Possibly the primary culprit behind everything. Yeah, Lygus is absolutely the problem, Skrill. I'm glad that you picked up on this too. Herta discovered a clue. Miss March has already been drawn into Amphorius. Okay, so that's why March is asleep. Which raises some questions too. Because she didn't physically go there like we did, so how the fuck did that happen? Oh, hello, March! Cold. It's freezing. Hold on. Am I dreaming? This is way too strange. Everything's spinning. And I can see Wubbleboos flying around. But I was literally just talking to Himiko. How did I... When did I... Oh, that's it. Scylla warned me about this place right before Klepoth glimpsed her. Oh! Why are you here? Of all places. Oh no, have I accidentally walked onto some weird path? Have I done something crazy without remembering? Unless forcing Pom Pom into new outfits and barring Mr. Yang's shoulder massages or massager counts. Hold on. Aha, no way. Stepping onto the path of elation can't be this simple, right? Child of Remembrance. Barring Mr. Yang's what? His massager. Don't worry about it. His shoulder massager. Because he's old. Also, this confirms March has something to do with remembrance, like what we suspected. Also, that voice. Who's the voice? I feel like I recognize it, but I'm not sure yet. Could be one of the thing. We're not gonna worry about that. The Titan, the time one sounds kind of like that one, maybe the child one, but this also could maybe be someone else. Step forth into the depths of the path space. Who's there? Hey, cut it out. If you're there, just come out and talk, okay? You're freaking me out. I can't even think straight. Hold on. Is that a gate? Yeah, it also sounds vaguely like Ellie, but I'm not sure yet. Cast aside your fears. Step forward through the gate of memory. The voice is showing me the way out. Alright, we don't know who's talking yet. Chronocognitive anchor. Okay, that's Ellie. Yeah, it's Ellie. They're lying to you. Turn back now. Okay, so it's interesting. Master Diviner from the Lafu. Wait, what the fuck? Why is Fushun here? Master Diviner, what brings you here? And you, Miss Messenger, do I know you from somewhere? Good to see you again, March. Okay, so it's not actually Fushun. Pleasure to meet you, Miss March. That is, Master Diviner used their Matrix of Prescience to help me search for my memories. And you, Miss Messenger, we met in that memory space. You said to me, the value of your life does not lie in what happened in the past, but in the present and the future. I remember that. Voice is indeed quite distinct. Oh, whoa. Yeah, it is very distinct. Your memory serves you well. March, I conducted some experiments with the six-phased ice you left us. Thanks to the Garden of Recollection, the Matrix of Prescience has made a breakthrough in extrapolating the past. Now we might be able to bypass the obstacles and look directly into your history. The Master Diviner is right. Continue down this path and you'll be able to find your lost memories at the end. Since we last met, you've grown much alongside the Trailblaze. You should be strong enough now to bear the weight of your past. Well, there goes my Ice Princess fairy tale. I need to know, Master Diviner, Miss Messenger, this isn't just another dream, is it? If this is real, why reach out to me at this exact moment? The situation is dire. Your lost memories, they're crucial to the Garden of Recollection. Are they? They connected a companion event. Yeah, isn't that great? I really like that they did that, actually. She's right. The Garden of Recollection's existence hangs on your memories. I'm sorry, it does what? The Garden of Recollection's existence hangs on March's memories. Why? Of all things, that's a weird revelation. I guess this is why they wanted to keep her from it? I wonder if this plays it differently if you never did the March 7th quest. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. The Garden of Recollection. You may not want to sacrifice anything to preserve the garden for now, but in time you'll understand your destiny and the path of remembrance are extremely closely intertwined. Now go. So I just walk through the gate. This way, March. Your past awaits you beyond the gate of memory. So the Garden of Recollection people are saying, go towards the gate. Stop. They're just mimicking people from your memories. So Ellie's telling us don't do that, but these alleged Mimo Keepers are saying go forward. So who are they actually? If they're not actually Fushun and the thing, like what is the issue? Don't let those people deceive you. Now it's Danhong and Sella. Okay. Well, that's clearly not us, so who the fuck is this? Hey guys, what are you doing in a place like this? March, there you are. Who's the fuck? Finally. Trailblazing journey just isn't the same without you. Traveling's no fun without you around. Well, duh. What's Team Trailblaze without its star member? Wait a second. You might look like Stella and Danhong, but we understand your confusion. The Garden's allies helped us establish this neural link to reach you. No, the fuck they did not. The Garden's allies? You mean Miss Black Swan? Yes, she helped make this possible. Except she didn't. So, okay, let's think about this. Ellie's saying, stay the fuck away, don't come here. And then these simulations that are not the actual people, who are pretending to be the actual people, are saying, yes, come to us. Come to this place. Like, who would even do that? Who would want that? And why? Keep going, March. Find your past, wake up, and travel with us again. That sounds really tempting. Finding my past and continuing to trailblaze new worlds with you. Trust in yourself, March. It's gotten us this far, hasn't it? Follow us. Let's go through that gate together. The fact that they're so insistent, too, is concerning. Step into your past, March. Find your true self. Is Ellie gonna intervene again? Wait up, slow down. These words sound so sweet. Alright, Ellie, show up, girl. I'm desperate. Fuck! Yes! Oh! Ellie! What is your fucking deal, damn it? Gosh, also she's so short. I'm glad they kept that, because Ellie was canonically very fucking short. My girl, look at her. She's so fucking pretty. I'm just so excited. I am stoked. This is all I wanted out of Amphorius was Elysia. At last, I finally caught up. Hello, Ellie. Hey, are you alright? I'll be okay, just not used to running around. She's so tiny. Say, March, got a moment to talk before you make your decision. Dude, she is so fucking tiny. March is already short. Cyrene's a dwarf. Says, yeah, because you remember, like, Ellie's actual height is, like, really small. She's, like, 5'2". Like, she is so tiny. Which is always really funny, because, like, Eden, which is, like, you know, her canon wife, Eden's a lot taller, like much, much taller. So it's always, like, short wife. I love that they've kept that. She's used to floating, not running. I mean, yeah. That's also part of it. We'll see if they actually confirm that Mim is Ellie, although I'm pretty sure she is. Alright, Ellie, what's going on? Wait, that was you, pushing the gate away, sending those warnings. Yep. Name's Cyrene. I'm not calling her Cyrene. I fucking refuse. Miss Pink Halfling now instead of Miss Pink Elf. It means ripples of a past reverie. Okay, so that's different from her other name, because Elysia, she always said her name meant paradise. But ripples of a past reverie is interesting. Let me see if I remember what reverie actually means, because I feel like I need to check that. Reverie definition. The state of being pleasantly lost in one's thoughts or daydream. So, ripples of a past daydream, as opposed to paradise. Also, pretty thematically appropriate for her. Because, like, remember that Ellie was, like, the keeper of the story of the Flame Chasers in the Elysian realm. She was there just to pass along their stories. And her little, like, thing was the paradise that she crafted inside the Elysian realm for all of them to be in and enjoy themselves. That's the whole point of it. So here being, like, ripples of a past dream is actually kind of interesting, too. Also, might imply that we were right that this Ellie is constructed from Phainon's memories and not the actual one. Which still means that her intentions could be still dubious. We don't know for sure. But we'll have to see. This is kind of how they did with the Elysian realm, though. That Ellie's intentions were always kind of dubious from the start, but we figured out she was always genuine from the very beginning. So, I'm willing to trust lesbian Jesus. For now. Hopefully. Unless she ends up being hers for corruption, in which case, shit. Wait a minute. We actually look quite alike, don't we? Yeah, literally every fan ever has said this since March was first introduced. It's been a gag forever. Yeah, your pink hair is just as eye-catching as mine. Ara, lol, yeah. And we're both bright, pretty, and positive girls. Talk about a coincidence. I will say so far her personality is pretty spot on to Ellie. So if it is like an evil fake, it's a very good one. Wow, you're quite the smooth talker, but I can't disagree. Wait, you know my name is March. Have we met? No. But I've witnessed your story through those memories just now. We'll let her talk. She's already talking about cute girls. She has to be the real one. Yeah, for real. It's not Ellie unless she's always fantasizing about cute girls. It's always how she is. It's incredible, really. We might have more in common than you think. I know exactly what you're going through, which is why I don't want to see you exploited or hurt. Ellie would move to protect cute girls. You know what I'm going through. I know because I've been exactly where you are. Okay. I'm just gonna let her talk. This empty space has been my home for ages. I barely remember what time feels like anymore. But there's something I'll never forget. Trust me, that gate won't give you what you want. By the way, don't know if you noticed earlier, this section's quest is called Mother, Parted by the Turning of Seasons. So, we were maybe right then? That March is mom, and I called that shit like, what, 3 patches ago? Dude, did I clock that shit instantly? Because I feel like maybe we did. I have a good track record with that, though. I called that with Pentaconi as well. Like, I clocked that pretty quickly. You mean those people, they're lying, luring me into a trap. Yes, convincing, weren't they? They've studied your memories, using your deepest wishes against you. How dare they manipulate a young girl's feelings like that? Dude, that's such an Ellie thing! She has to be the real one. She has to be the real one. Only the real Ellie would say shit like this. Truly, the lesbian of lesbians. If you go through that door, the worst case scenario is you'll become their pawn, losing control over your fate forever. I'm so excited. It's Ellie! I'm like bouncing in my seat. You guys can't see it, but I'm so excited. You've seen what's on the other side. I may be stuck here with missing memories like you, but I still recall fragments of my homeland where I grew up. That door leads to Emphorius. Trust me, it's anything but welcoming. For ages, I've watched people walk through that door. They couldn't see or hear my calls. The voices beyond always promised safety, but I've never seen anyone return safely. Okay, so this Ellie then is separate and outside of Emphorius. So we can trust this one, I feel like. If what she's saying is correct, and this is like outside of Emphorius correctly, then this would be the actual Ellie then. Potentially. So, I had to try and stop you. To be honest, I'm not sure what to believe, but the fact that you're here, putting in all this effort to warn me, that means something. Tell me, Cyrene, how can I return to my world? It's really easy, actually. Just turn around and walk away from this place. The girl cannot be trusted. Oh, hello. Through the doors, save the garden. Is this actually people from the garden, though, is the question. Both of you, children of remembrance. So Ellie's also a child of remembrance. That makes sense. They never give up, do they? But don't let them sway you. Stick to your path. Dude, they got her eyes perfect, too. Like, that's straight up just Ellie's eyes. Like, they got it exactly correct. I'm so happy. The return journey could take ages, longer than most lives. Shirley's a small little bean. But that path will lead you home. Alright, March, what's your decision, girl? Thank you, Cyrene. I know what I need to do. I'm going through the gate into Amphorius. But why? Wait, what? Don't worry, I believe you. It's just that for me, the only place I can call home is right beside my best friends. Two of my closest friends are already on their way to Amphorius. They may seem capable, but only I know. They're absolute disasters waiting to happen. I mean, you're kind of not wrong. Especially with Stella. I mean, she is so unhinged. You're kind of not wrong here. They won't last 5 minutes in a new world without me. That's why I need to go through. Amphorius or not, and the three of us are together, there's nothing we can't handle. Uh-huh. We'll explore, understand, establish, and connect. After that, we'll find our way home together. I appreciate your optimism, March. I see. You've got people who mean the world to you, too. That's so heartwarming. March, if that's what you decided, you have my full support. You know, looking at the two of them together, it's really funny when everyone was like, yeah, Ellie is March's mom. And then just look at how fucking tiny she is in comparison. That makes that so much funnier to me. Birds of a feather we are, looking all sweet and innocent but with hearts of fire. March is a boss-ass bitch. She's even Delulu as hell. Yeah. Also, I'll allow that. Automod got you, but it's okay. Stop, you're making me blush. Look, Ellie's always here to compliment cute girls. That's what she does. Well then, I guess this is it. Look at how tiny she is. Holy shit. I can't get enough of that. It's so funny. We need our emotional support, doofus. Yeah. Do you think we'll see each other again? Who knows? But don't worry about me. After all this time here, I've grown quite used to chatting with my imaginary friends. Ellie, no! Don't say sad shit like this. Since Amphorius is your homeland, if there's a way to help you, my companions and I will do everything we can. Nice. Then I look forward to that day. Things are way too heavy on Amphorius, March. Come save us, crack a joke, ruin the moment, and look at me like I'm crazy, please. Yeah. Your story awaits, March. Making an epic one. Look, they even add little musical notes to the end of Ellie's speech. Dude, it's exactly how she's supposed to be. Good. I'm so excited! Stella, the Vortex of Genesis. Hi, Mem. You okay there, friend? Yeah, okay, now explain to me how you're also Ellie. Something seems to be bothering you. The Vortex of Genesis. We made it back. Even this place has changed. Phainon, is he ready for Era Nova? No matter what, we need to see it through to the end. Yeah, we've come such a long way. If what that machine gentleman said is true, if Amphorius is destined for destruction, then I'll stay by your side until the very end. I'm convinced that no one would have died on Amphorius if we had March there to look at me all exasperated. I mean, yes. But, to be fair, we have Mem for that. Because Mem also gives us the same, like, just tired, done with our bullshit responses, and I appreciate that. That's all Mem has been. Mem has also been basically just March 2, and I'm okay with it. Like how you and Danhong treasure the Express, Amphorius means everything to me. Time to see the Era Nova begin. Right. Time to see the last core flame restored. Now, can we trust the Ellie that's talking to Phainon? Look, there's Phainon, and wait. Lygus. Remember Screwlim's warning. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, because Ellie's not here right now. Has she already come and gone? And you, Lord Phainon, will wield that core flame to bury this ancient world, plunging everything into the gray unknown. ¿Por qué no los dos? I don't know what that means. Why no? Dos is 2, so why no 2? I don't know what los dos means. Why not both? Oh, okay. I was close. I mean, you're not wrong, though. None of that matters now. This brutal flame chase journey has stripped away my delusions. I know the future isn't some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds just waiting to welcome us to step in. If what lies ahead is a mass of chaos, I shall cut through it myself and usher in the first ray of blazing sunlight. Oh, this is like where the last patch ended. Is it? With one last chance to turn back, you still step forward. How befitting of a trailblazer. Spare me your mockery. I'm gonna fucking fight you, Lygus! You misunderstand. As our world nears its end, the ones who walk the infinite paths have embraced their destiny. As a Theros, it is my duty to witness this world's future and oversee this final core flame ritual on their behalf. The trial of world bearing, the ritual of Era Nova. Screwlim says you're behind all this. Ah, I see. So you met my kindred spirit before I could erase his traces. Artemis, what are you saying? This one knows more than he's telling. Yeah, fucking fight me, bitch. I will. I've had my suspicions. How does a native Antikytherian know so much about repairing vehicles from beyond the sky? Lord Lygus, how much do you truly know about Era Nova? Tell us everything. Heh. Very well. I need no longer maintain this Theros masquerade. You seek truth, Lord Phainon, and truth you shall have. What a way to give us the old bait and switch from the 3-3 end. Yeah, for real. As you know, when the old gods fell, someone had to bear their broken pillars to fill the vacant seats. Those who would assume divine authority must prove themselves through trials. Yet, for Kefali's demigods, the possibility of overcoming the trials has forever been non-existent. For the world-bearing trial is the divine duty itself. Bringing forth the Era Nova and bearing its weight is an endless ordeal, ceasing only upon collapse. Precisely. The Era Nova ritual is not something that can be completed in an instant. No, but a long and arduous journey. While the sacrificial journeys of other demigods conclude in this world, Kefali must shoulder the god's core flames, bear the memories of all worlds, and stand unwavering. Until the next world, when the black tide consumes the bearer and all that they carry, leaving nothing behind. Unless their core flame finds a new bearer. We never saw Cyrene and Phainon in the same frame, therefore it never happened. Damn you, Xiaoji! Yeah, a little bit. Definitely a fucking bait, though, for sure. The holy flame that illuminates all worlds rests in your hands. All that remains is one choice. Nurture it, pass it on to future generations, or extinguish it here and now. Is this like the fucking Dark Souls gag now? Do you kindle the flame, or let the fire fade? Make your choice, Phainon. But the real secret of this is that there was never a choice to begin with. Actively participating in this cycle continues the problem. You have to remove yourself from it entirely. That's what Dark Souls told me. So, Phainon, come on, buddy. Don't fall into this shit. You got it, I believe. Deliverer, the fate of all worlds rests in your hands. You could just just sit on it. Don't do it. Don't listen to Lygus. Enough testing. I've made my decision. But before I ignite the dawn on the next world, you need to promise me something. 2 things, actually. Speak your terms. Promise me this. Professor Anax's vision of the new world is absolute. The world will be reborn from my memories. All souls, living and dead, will return as the first humans, unchanged from their past lives. I choose to marry the cute doll lady. Wait, that's Elden Ring. Close enough. Or Bloodborne, depending on which one you're talking about. You need how to pick up fair maidens. Like Garmin. And my friends, the fallen demigods, they shall transcend the cycle to become new titans. Our heroes shall not have died in vain. Of course, this I can guarantee. Good. The second one. No, I don't want the old man's Dutch wife. Good. Promise me that Stella can return safely to her homeland, unbound by Amphorius' laws. My apologies, but I cannot promise this. As you mentioned, she now bears the Time Titan's authority. Her bonds with this world run too deep. No need to worry, I have a plan. Yeah, bitch, fuck you! I got some shit. Well, I stand corrected. An outsider like her does have her ways to defy destiny. Thank you, my friends, for everything you've done for this world. Though the next world may not remember, I shall never forget. As the Theros I declare, Amphorius has determined her path. She's cool and all, but I will keep her at arm's length respectfully. Fair. Step forward, heroes. Follow her path and see it through. Her path? Alright. Fine, and let's talk to you, buddy. What do you got to say? Without you, we never could have reached our prophesied tomorrow. Thank you for walking this path with me to the end. Well, it's not over because we get like 4 more patches before it's actually done, so. Behold, O gods, Amphorius has achieved her victory, and the Era Nova approaches. Also, we should point out that, like, what Phainon said earlier is that Era Nova is created from his memories. So we were talking before about whether or not the Chrysos heirs could come back as they were. And I feel like the answer to that is a pretty resounding yes, because they're crafted from Phainon's memories. So that in like Phainon's trailer from before definitely shows that, like, yeah, we will always see the same people because they're always with people that he knows. The radiant soul has arrived, having walked through the bustling night, sparing the golden fire and blood, stepping with pride into daylight. He is the pure child, walking upon the path of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. He is the first to be born, first to be named among the nameless. Eternal in form, limitless in reach, he treads the endless night underfoot. Greatest of kings, protector of the displaced, raising humanity's children above their adversaries. The firmament of molten gold courses through his very bones and flesh. The greatest of schemes reveal against his breath and words. In the golden lakes of that beautiful new world, he shall wash himself clean. There, finish what we first and last wished for. See, this Cyrene, I don't know that I trust this one. The other one, yes. This one, I don't know about this one. Because I feel like she definitely would not be an active participant in this. To write an ending unlike before for this world we so deeply love. I want to trust every version of Cyrene that we see, but like, I feel like we can't. Anything remotely involved with Lygus is sus as fuck. Yeah, for real. That's why I'm like, I don't trust this shit. Hello, Phainon. Come, Stella, join me. Restore the final core flame with Phainon. The time has come for us to face oblivion, or embark on one final grand journey. Press and hold to submit the core flame to complete your objective. Also, Lygus basically dodged the questions we had, because he did not answer anything about what we actually talked about. And we just kind of accepted that, and I take issue with that. Oh, we got a cutscene. Haha, what a magnificent and epic adventure. There it is. The hero's journey reaches its end, and the truth behind Era Nova is about to be revealed. Is that truly the case? No, the fuck it's not. Of course it's not. Here, as a theorist, allow me to humbly request that you find a moment to listen to what I have witnessed. Fuck you. This is about the nature of Amphorius itself, a story of the prime mover of life. What does that mean? Oh, hello. Hi, Herda. My, what a broad topic this is. Where shall we start? Why is Herda there? And also, did her hat get bigger? Because that's hilarious. Got it. Let's start with the very beginning. The Big Bang, the birth of particles, the emergence of all things. Just kidding. What I mean to say is that time, space, matter, all concepts exist solely because we perceive them. This is called the erudition. Without it, the universe would merely be a chaotic book written by chance yet unread by anyone. I order on to put on your big brain cap starting now. Okay. Alright, I will try to pay attention. We will see. I'm gonna try to rub my brain cells together. Trying my best here. As your acquaintance, Lord Anaxagoras suggested, everything in Forest exists through news spores, living in the memories of those yet to come. Well, we know that news spores is related to noose, so that's not surprising. How beautifully it aligns, revealing universal truth in such simple terms. Only he could solve the riddle of what exactly are we. But you'll remember, even as the embodiment of reason, one mystery still remained beyond his grasp. If that is the case, whose memories did the very first news spore sprout from? The same question that I had earlier. Because it's like, if Amphorius is crafted from Phainon's memories, then surely there's an original Phainon that would be crafted from, or it's from someone else, so we'll have to figure out. Oh, is that Polka? Well, Kakamon, what's up, girl? Didn't expect to see you here. As sages across ages have asked the gods, what is the prime mover of life? But let's set aside the Grove's teachings for now. Look further. Miss Astral Boogeyman herself, yeah, for real. Past Amphorius to what they call the Forbidden Realms beyond the sky. Do you know of the Scholar's Strife? During that grand yet brutal war waged in the name of the erudition, a genius's legacy was abandoned, strewn across the cosmos. So, yes, we know who that is. The Scepters, a macrocosmic and computational array beyond mortal comprehension, made to emulate the Eon's thoughts. It became part of the Eon's cognition at birth. Scattered throughout the cosmos, these arrays act as a celestial body neurons for Nous. But, regrettably, as everyone knows, the erudition forsook them all. But what nobody knows is that, though forgotten, they never stopped seeking the divine answer. A question that survived war and disaster, stumping even the greatest minds, including both mechanical emperors. Both? Mechanical emperors? What does it mean, both? I thought there was just one Nous. Is there two? What does that mean? Who'd be the second one? Or is that talking about something different? You can explain? It's not a spoilery thing, right? Who are the two emperors? He's talking about Emperor 1, Rupert, and 2. Emperor Rupert 1 and 2. Okay, so the guy that did like the anti-life equation or whatever. Now we come to the real truth of Amphorius. What if, hypothetically, a scepter found the answer to the prime mover of life? If, through endless solitary extrapolations of the cosmic cold, the one deemed as a failure by the Eon of Erudition found proof through the ages, what would happen? Perhaps the answer is simpler than you think. From a perishing neuron, it evolved into true life, reborn through the gaze of another Eon. This is a tale from the distant past, unknown to all, even unheard of by the greatest geniuses. Now, let's leave the scepter story here. Return to where we began. What is the prime mover of life? Actually, you know the answer better than you realize. It's been by your side, accompanying you throughout this long journey. Right now, it awaits you ahead. in that brave new world beyond the end of Genesis. Act 1, Departure. Oh, hello, Phainon. The young Phainon. And Ellie! Okay. Take this wish with you. Be the one who begins it all. Alright, Rupert 1 made the anti-organic equation. 2 was born from 1's consciousness. That was the equation and infected someone. 2 was who crafted the scepters and who was killed by Polka. Okay. Gotcha. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Continue onward, bearing this world upon your shoulders, until the Ashen Hero, the nameless deliverer, ushers in the dawn. Such an odd dream. Strange, like I've dreamed this before, but it all slips away when I wake. Only a voice remains. Who was that? Wake the fuck up, bitch! We got an Inforius to burn. Ah, it's you. Whoops, fell asleep there. That a strange dream I had. It's gone now, though. But look, perfect sunshine. The day is still young. Let's go find Cyrene, partner. We promised to be there for her oracle card reading today. It's right about time. Why would we know who that is? We've never met her. Looking at you, someone's still half asleep. Tell you what, catch some fresh air first. I'll hang around here. So, Phainon's memories don't start at actual birth. They start living in Elysia. The Scepter System Array was the functional brain of Noose before his ascension to as an Eon, and was then discarded and rejected by Noose after its rise. Okay, that makes sense. Cyrene. Beautiful, isn't it? This is Elysia, home of the nameless hero who carried Kefali's core flame. When he was young and innocent, he had heroic dreams, imagining his wooden sword was forged of iron. Pretending the straw dummy propped up by the wood pole was a giant with a single blood vessel running from spine to heel. Dreaming of slaying a giant and becoming a hero to save the world. Though, to his young mind, the world was just this small village. I had no idea he used to be so chuny. Witty as always. But this is more than just a funny story. It's the start of his path. These are his first memories. Rather than watching, why not join in? Think of it as immersive theater. He's just like us, for real, yeah. Become his lifelong closest friend, witnessing his hero's journey from the best seat in the house, as the nameless hero whose unwavering guidance shaped Phainon's destiny, and whose name was never recorded in Force's history. So they're slotting us into Cyrene's place. Like, because that was what her role was. Oh, you direct plays now? Questions. Let's follow along and find out, shall we? Many mysteries lurk in this village beneath the veil of Evernight. Your questions will find answers as the story unfolds. Interesting. Okay. Also, I keep pressing X to sprint because I've been playing Zenless too long. Well, this place is nice. It reminds me of, like, if you remember, this stuff is so goddamn chill. Yeah, for real. You know what it reminds me of? If you recall, like, the original Elysian Realm trailers, we had, like, the areas where, like, Eden and Sue were hanging out. It had, like, golden trees and stuff like that. Like, there's also, like, whenever we got the second trailer with Partafellas in it, she also had, like, things like this. This reminds me of, like, that area and random spots in the Elysian Realm, which I think is probably on purpose, but still. Interesting. So let's see what this place is like. Possibly they recycled some unused ideas. No point not to. I mean, I wouldn't even call it recycling. I think it would be a very deliberate choice. Because, like, Ellie always talks about, like, the Moo continent. She talks about her name being Paradise. So, like, them making references to that is not that surprising, really. So that's an interesting statue. We don't know what that's about yet. Are there any, like, chests around here, or is it just looking around at pretty things? This is a cozy little town, though. No wonder Phainon liked this place. This is like a places Charlie would build in Minecraft. Seems about right. Oh, they're just gonna let me wander. Oh, hello! Hi, Ellie! I skipped Phainon and just went directly to Ellie. Of course, we made a beeline for her. Back on the swings again, as she always does. You skipped several lines of dialogue? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. What did we miss? Did I miss anything important, or was it just him talking about this, like, place? I didn't realize I could sequence break this. Just Phainon yapping about his home. Okay. Alright, hello, Ellie. That's... Alright, Ellie. Can we trust you? Don't worry, you'll get plenty more yapping. Yeah. Goodness, look at you rushing about. You've got this poor swing all startled. The Ellie head tilt? I noticed it too! The Ellie head tilt! My god! Ah, I'm so excited. She gets so many lines of dialogue. I'm so glad for my girl. Who are you? There's something oddly unfamiliar about this. Oh! That's an interesting line of dialogue. So, okay, let's theory craft for a second. So, let's assume for a moment that Ellie does exist outside of Amphorius. She's always here. Every cycle Phainon's gone through, she's with him too. Which means that she would also witness this every single time. She'd be here knowing that she can't change the fate that he's gone through. She can do nothing. So this would be something new that she's also never seen in the, like, 3 million something cycles he's gone through, right? Assuming this is the genuine Ellie, who just is here and can do nothing right now. That's really interesting as an implication, assuming that's correct. And you know, if that's actually right, and she's just kind of been here and can't do anything, and she actually is nothing to do with Lygus at all, and being, like, having to watch Phainon go through this same cycle over and over and over again, the suffering, the grief, the loss, and not being able to do anything to stop it, is so on point for Ellie's story. Because remember, in Impact 3rd stuff with the Elysian Realm, that's exactly what happened with her. It's like Ellie is supposed to be the pristine, the perfect one, right? But, like, she sees Kevin going through all this shit as all their, like, people are dying around them. They can't do anything. And to even have that moment where she wants to comfort and console him in some way, but she can't do anything for him. So I kind of like that being, like, if that's the case, that they're doing that again here. That, like, Ellie watches Phainon suffer and can do nothing to stop it from happening. If that's the case, that's really good. I like that. Let's continue. Something wrong? What do you see? Oh, nothing much. Just felt a strange connection. Also, she's doing the hands behind her back little, like, lean thing? Dude, God! She's just, it's Ellie. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so stoked. Something felt a strange connection. Of course you did, because you were Mim. And now you're you. She winks at us, too? So she fucking knows. Okay. Alright, Ellie. Look at you, leaves in your hair. Were you sleeping in a tree again, or was it the wheat fields this time? At least brush yourself off before wandering around. Genuinely, if Ellie's just been here, having to live this every single time, and, like, losing, maybe like losing parts of her like memories or whatever, but like understanding that when the Aeronova restarts, having to play this role again and again, it begs the question of like, if she's been in this cycles with him, how many times has she tried to stop this from happening and been unsuccessful in doing so? Because like, if she's seen this go over and over and over again, how many times do you think has Ellie attempted to stop this and realized that she can't, if that's the case? The tragedy of this. I hope I'm right. I really do. Come on, I'm not a kid anymore. You're the only one who still treats me like one. Of course she does, because you're siblings. Like that, you're always been siblings. This has always been the case. Sure, sure. You have the height advantage, but when it comes to maturity, I'm leagues ahead. Still fantasizing about being in heroic adventures and imagining yourself as one of the characters. That's the kind of things kids do, not grown-ups. Anime Groundhog Day. A little bit, yeah. I love sassy pink halfling. Yes. Ellie is my favorite for a damn good reason. Don't you agree? And since you're playing along with his antics, who are you pretending to be today? She is kind of doing a little bit of doublespeak here, which is interesting, because she knows more than he does. Greetings, I'm a Stellaron hunter! Okay, sure. Groundhog Day could be an anime, yeah. I mean, I feel like I have to go with her dumbass galactic baseballer thing, but also responding with I'm a Stellaron hunter is actually kind of hilarious. You know what? Actually, I want to see what they say, because they're not going to have any idea what these concepts are. Today she's going with Stellaron hunter. I will always be the galactic baseballer. Yeah, I wanted to see what this one did. I was hoping they'd acknowledge something. Steal a heart hunter? Dude! Of course she would do this. Of course she would. Planning to steal someone's heart, are we? Ellie, you fucking would. You fucking would. Oh, I love her so much. I'm so excited right now. I'm grinning like a doofus. Ellie, look at me like that more, yeah. Switching roles again. What happened to being the valiant hero from a distant shore who made that solemn pact to learn the sword? Why are you rhyming? Spare me, can we not bring this up? Speaking of which, what about those oracle cards? We haven't done divination in forever. Why the sudden interest? I was just about to tell you. Earlier, while napping on the swing, I had the strangest dream. There was this mysterious voice in my dream calling out for something. Wait, you had that dream too? Yes, you too? That would explain this lingering sense of unease. Which made me think of those old oracle cards I used to play with as a kid. Though the Ornyx prophecies were always hit or miss. Interesting. So Ornyx is much, much older than the other Titans. If this is Phainon's memories, or we're creating like something he remembers from the like beginning of Amphorus' cycles, that means Ornyx is like much, much older than the rest. Which explains why they're the only Titan who knew about like the world beyond the sky, if they're significantly older than the rest of them. And we knew that the Time Titan was going to be kind of unique anyway. So, interesting, interesting. Yeah, all the kids would get so excited drawing cards like Ruler or Warrior, but throw fits over Devil or Drunkard and demand a redo. I think I'll straighten one thing real quick. Okay, what you got? This isn't a past cycle. I mean, I know it's the next one, but like, remember, I know it's the next cycle. We got that. What I'm saying is like, what they told us before is that each cycle is recreated from Phainon's memories. So what we're witnessing now is Phainon's memories of whatever this event was. Like, all of Amphorus' history is recreated from his memories, allegedly, right? Like, this is what we know of it. So, theoretically, this is a variation of some memory from way the fuck back at the very beginning. It's not us time traveling back to the very beginning, but it's a recreation of that, is how I'm looking at it. So if that's the case, then in Phainon's memories, Ornyx already existed. The Time Titan was already a thing. And remember that before, Oryx was the only one that talked about eons and stuff, and past riders. So, that's a really interesting implication, if this is recreated from his memories of whatever happened in Ides Elysiae. So, I know we're in the next era, they've made that very clear, but this is still recreating memories from his past, too. Kinda. Though it doesn't seem like he seems to know that. If you just redo it when you don't like the result, what's the point of divination? It's the same beginning every cycle, just that you're there this time. Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, like, I think each cycle being built from his memories means that, like, we're probably seeing whatever, like, the original history was, we're seeing it kind of on loop over and over again with different variations each time. At the very least, the beginning's always going to be kind of the same. Ah, the blessing of childhood. But even the gods might not notice our little corner of Ides Elysiae, willing to let our small deceits slide. Still, fate is absolute. After all, we never really know just how far into the future the prophecy extends. What's interesting here is she's talking about a prophecy, but the only prophecy we ever talked about is the one that talks about the... Are you sure it's the next cycle? Lycus interrupted Era Nova to show us these memories. Either way, it's the beginning. Yeah, it's either the next... It seems like it is the next cycle, but I mean, you're right that it could also be just recreating those memories. I don't think it really matters if it's either. Either it's the new era, or it's the memories, or it's both. And I don't think the result matters at all. Because, yes, he interrupted to tell us stuff. We don't know if he interrupted this talking to Stella directly, or if it's just him breaking the fourth wall to talk to us directly. I assume he's talking to Stella, who's removed herself from the cycle, but I do have questions about that, but I don't think it really matters at the end of the day. But yeah, back to this point, Cyrene's talking about the prophecy being a thing, but, like, didn't Tribby say that, like, they learned of the prophecy, like, you know, thousands of years before? But Ellie is implying here that they knew of a prophecy before this. So the prophecy of the Crisis Heirs might even exist before that, or another prophecy that we don't know about, but I'm assuming it's still the same one. Until told otherwise, but, like, that's interesting. Anyways, let's go to our old secret base and look for those oracle cards. And where do we hide those? I can think of a few spots. Let's go check it out. In a village this size, I'll bet all our childhood treasures are exactly where we hid them. Yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I'm sure that they'll, like, answer a lot of it for us. Find oracle cards in the barn or near the water. Okay. Let's go near the water first. Oh, these little kids. Okay. Dude, what a cozy little place this is. Like, I love this place. This is so comfy. I wouldn't mind hanging out here for a while. Just vibing. Alright, childrens. What do you got over here? It's mine. I caught it fair and square. You did not. It's mine. Phainon and Cyrene, come quick. Look at this huge bottle I just caught. Give it here. My rod, my catch. I only let you borrow it, remember? What's got you two so worked up? Here, show me. Okay. A handwritten letter sealed in a glass vial on the wheatgrass stitched paper. The handwritten blurs at the edges, softened by seeping water. Dear stranger who finds this drift bottle in the future. It is currently the month of fortune, the final month of the year. Everyone in the village says if you do something tied to fortune on the last day of this month, you might be blessed with unexpected good luck. So, I decided to write this letter and cast it into the sea. Just let the currents decide where it goes. I want to share a little about our village and my dream. Feels like Genshin? A little bit. This time I almost smacked my face on the keyboard earlier. In a good or bad way, Krail. Our little village is called Ides Elysiae. Have you ever heard of it? Let me tell you a bit about it. We've got golden wheat fields that ripple like the sea, and tall, tall trees that shed their leaves. Right in the center of the village stands a statue of Oryx. That explains the statue. At the end of each year, the village gathers to celebrate the winter solstice. We leave offerings at the statue, roast grape pies, herb fried fish, goat's milk, all kinds of tasty food. Last year, I sneaked some malt candy and ended up with a tooth ripped straight out. Mom and Dad said if you throw a lost tooth under a tree or bury it behind a rock, a new one will grow back, just like a seedling sprouting from the soil. I remember searching and searching, pushing through the tangled grass behind our courtyard until I found this mysterious hole. I tossed a tooth inside, cupped my hands like a horn and yelled, "Hey, come out!" But nothing happened. When I went back this year, the hole was gone. Weird, right? You don't think I'm being childish, do you? I'm not like Cyrene. She can already host the festival, and she's great at telling the future with the oracle cards. They say that the card you draw shows what kind of person you'll become. Last time I drew the Deliverer. Everyone went, wow. People really like the Deliverer, but I'd rather be a Wanderer or a Scholar. Okay. Well, being a Deliverer sounds super amazing, but it also means carrying a really, really heavy burden. I'm not that amazing, so I can't be the Deliverer. Few in Elysia ever journey far. We don't hear much about the outside world. All I know is that there are all kinds of city-states out there with lots of great heroes. The bad part is they're always at wars. I don't like wars. If the world were more like our village, where everyone knows each other and works together, harvesting grain, herding sheep, why would we ever need a Deliverer? But Ms. Pythias, I guess, and Uncle Galba both say that one day when I'm a little older, I should go see the world for myself. If I can go anywhere, I'll visit the mighty Castrum Kremnos. Of course he's going to go to Castrum Kremnos. He's going to find his boyfriend. Find the greatest craftsman and ask him to forge me a sword. With that sword, I'll protect our little village. I want no part in wars. Right now, I don't even have a sword of my own, just a stick and a hoe. Oh, and by then, I hope the outside world no longer needs a Deliverer. That would be the best thing ever. So that's my home, and that's my dream. What about you? What's your home like? What do you dream of? You could write it down too, toss it into the sea, and let the tides carry it to the next step. Oops, just realized this letter has misspellings, just like my essays in Miss Pythias' class. Please don't let her be one who finds this, or I'm totally going to get points docked in detention. Totally does. It has such a different vibe from the rest of Euphorius. It really does have a different vibe from Euphorius, which I kind of love. Wait a second. This is my old wish bottle. How did it end up here? I want to see. What did little Phainon wish for? Not happening. This stays sealed. Alright. Go away, childrens. Finally, I'm starving. See you later. Bye, childrens! You know what's funny? I really thought tossing that bottle into the sea would carry our wishes beyond Elysia, maybe even bring something back to us. I sent you a thing? Okay, hang on. Never thought the waves would end up pushing it back ashore. Alright, Charlie, what did you send me? Let me pull up Discord here. What did you send? Ides Elysiae translates from Latin as Temple of Elysium or Tomb of Elysium. Ides means temple or tomb, and Elysiae is the genitive form of Elysia. Yeah, meaning of Elysium. Elysium in Greek mythology is the afterlife for the blessed and heroic. Or it could just be what Ellie always told us in Impact Third, which is that her name means paradise. So, going this Ides Elysiae is actually pretty appropriate. I was thinking earlier, like, you see the ship here in the distance, how it looks kind of like a Viking ship. I was thinking that this is like a funeral kind of thing. Like, this has the vibe of like a Viking funeral. And this whole thing kind of gives the vibes of, like, you know, paradise, afterlife. It's like a serene thing. That's not too surprising. It's also probably why they can't call her Elysia this time around, is because the town itself is their paradise. So having Ellie be the representative of that makes sense why they'd call her something else. This whole place is a paradise, but also basically a dream to find him by the time it comes around. So her being representative of that memory, I think, is more important for the narrative right now. So interesting. I like that. You always do much work, Charlie, into like looking into the naming of stuff. Cyrene's also a reference to Greek or to myth. Yeah, I do know that too, that her name is a reference to something. I don't know. I like how they do stuff with naming with this stuff. Like in Impact 3, what they also did with that too is like all of the like, you know, undefinable Honkai beasts, the one that they merged with Ellie, Cosma, and Kevin, were named after like gods in Hindu mythology, which I thought was really interesting too. They love referencing mythology like a lot. They always pull that stuff in. Genshin's also known for this, where like a lot of the gods, their true names are references to like demons or like storm gods and things like that. So they love doing that kind of stuff. It's always really interesting kind of like delving into it a bit. Like how Paimon in Genshin, Paimon in reality is like a demon king. So like that's a funny thing that we don't know what that's going to come to in Genshin's story, but like they love doing stuff like that. And I'm like always intrigued into what they come up with. But anyways, back to this. If I remember right, Cyrene was the name of a warrior queen chosen by the gods that the city of Cyrene was named for, or something like that. Okay. We can look into that later. I want to read it. Don't bother. It's just some childish nonsense. Nothing worth reading. No, I will read your nonsense. For sure. I like messing with him. So this is Orynyx. Also, you know, there's another question I have about this, which I'm sure that this patch will answer, but they never did tell us how old Phainon actually is, and how long ago it was when Elysia was destroyed by the Black Tide. They never did tell us that. But, like, it gives us the impression that it's much, much older than everything else, but I don't actually know if that's true. But I wonder if he's lived as long as, like, Aglaia and Cypher, or if he's, like, if this is, like, a recent thing, where he just is isolated from everything else. But I guess maybe we'll find out as we progress forward. In the sunlit barn, amid the scent of ripened wheat, they found various fruits hoarded by squirrels, and a wooden figurine missing arms and legs. My unfinished little soldier, after all these years. You guys can't see it because I'm literally blocking her. But like, Cyrene's just over here in the corner. Hold on. I gotta show you guys this. It's so funny. Hold on. You see her little head back there? Look at her. She's just hanging out back there. Look, she's just in the corner. Look at this. She's so tiny. Why did they put her back there? Why is she back there? Oh, that's so funny. I literally just block her entirely. But yeah, she's just back there. Ellie, what are you doing? Phainon and Cyrene, where are you two headed? Speak of the devil. Cyrene, also called Cyrene, is a figure in Greek mythology considered the Atamon of the Greek colony of Cyrene in eastern Libya in North Africa. She is said to have been the Thessalian princess and huntress who became the queen regent of Cyrene, founded and named in her honor by the god Apollo. The story is entirely apocryphal, the city had been founded by settlers of Theria. Okay, thanks Wikipedia. You know, that is kind of funny. Having, like, I've named Stella Artemis. So having, like, her be called Artemis and then Cyrene being named after, like, you know, or having a city named after her by the god Apollo, you know, Artemis's, like, brother, is kind of wild. What a fucking wild coincidence that I love. It's like it was made for me. Also, yet again, we have to just admire how fucking small Ellie is. Just hide this. And this. Look at her. Look at how small she is. I know I keep talking about this, but like, god damn it, look at how tiny she is. You can just grab her with one hand. She's so tiny. It's so good. I love that so much. It's so funny. No classes today. This morning I used fallen leaves for a reading, seeking Orynyx's wisdom. They warned of potential injuries, so I gave everyone a holiday. Tiny Ellie, pocket-sized waifu. Wait, it's Elf Ellie. Yeah. It's Elf Ellie. The other tiny one. She's about the same size at this point. She's so small. Besides, it's harvest season. There's plenty of other work to be done without classes. Without you being our only teacher, and as Elysia, you must be working so hard. Dude, she is a tiny little bean. Does that mean we get to grown up Boing Cyrene too? I mean, maybe. But remember that Ellie was always tiny. So, like, I love that she is, like, literally half of Phainon in size. Like, you can't see Stella in this, but, like, dude, she's literally like a child. She's so fucking short. And you know what's funny is, like, I feel like every scene we see her in, she gets shorter. They probably haven't done that, but I feel like literally every time we see her, she gets tiny. I think it was never small. She was never this short. Like, this is comical how tiny she is. I love it. It's so funny. When you travel far from here, you must visit the Grove of Epiphany for me to see what a true haven of wisdom looks like. By the way, what are you looking for in here? You've been searching quite thoroughly. Ellie was short, but Ellie was big in other ways. Yeah, this is true. But you know what? I'm hoping that, like, whenever we do get playable Ellie, that, like, she has a similar design to the Herrscher of Human Ego. So we might see an actual grown-up Ellie and have those same motifs kind of being brought back a ways. Maybe a different take on it, but, like, I would not mind seeing a version of her that operates similarly in this, too. Or maybe she swaps forms, or, like, maybe you can play as her as the tiny form, but also you could swap into, like, the other one, too. Alright, do I hide the wooden soldier, remain silent, or snitch? I feel like I want to snitch. What if we just get... what? Smaller Cyrene? Yeah. I'm gonna snitch on him. Sensei, it's Phainon's toy. Hey, keep it down. I'm gonna snitch on him, it's fine. March just does an Ellie summon and gets big. Yeah. Big! Is this a toy? Really now? Are we past the age for these? She doesn't remember, eh? This little soldier's coming with me. Alright then. I should be going. It might rain tonight, so don't stay out too late. Like Don. Yeah, like Don Hong. Like Dan. So this is where the wooden figurine you carved during class ended up. And here I thought I knew all of your hiding spots. To be honest, I'd forgotten all about it myself. Dude, I want to head pat her so bad. I demand we get Big March and Big Stella too. I agree. We should. No sign of the Oracle cards. Let's see. Ah, there's one place we haven't checked yet. I'm hoping that we do, like, whenever we get 5-star March, I'm really curious what they're going to do for her design for that. But we're probably a ways off from that. Alright, what is this? Those were the days. We'd always meet either by that statue in the village or right here. Right. And I remember you never used the front door and you wanted me to come play. You always climbed over the wall. You were such a mischief maker. 5-star March is Big Ellie. That'd be funny. I don't think March and Ellie are the same. I'm pretty sure they're two different things. Like, everyone was always saying, like, oh, March is like Ellie's daughter or whatever. Partly because, like, they did, like, there's a video on the Impact 3rd channel where it's like Ellie doing like a makeup tutorial thing, and in the comments, March is in the comments and she calls her mom. I think it's just like a gag because you're not supposed to take that very seriously, but she just borrows her essence. They're not the same. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like fairly certain they're not the same. They are similar, and I think there's an important parallel to draw there. But, like, I've never believed for a second that March was, like, an Ellie variant, because there's a lot of people who believe that March was an Ellie variant. I don't think she is. And I still don't think she is. But they are very similar, and I think that's important to note. Just like a certain someone who has a habit of showing up unexpectedly, right? Maybe a clone. Not even that. I think, like, March is definitely one of those that I think probably serves a very similar narrative function. But they're not the same thing. Because variants are, like, I guess you can think of it as like what is the word I'm looking for right now? Copies, but not copies, of the same person who walks a similar fate. So, like, Acheron, Raiden May, the other May from Guns N' Roses Z. Like, all of these different versions of those characters are similar in a lot of ways. They may not necessarily have all the same personalities, but their fates, the stories they go through, have overlap. There's similarities there. Like Goose Girl and Kiana? Well, yes and no. Because, like, Dudendal and Kiana are basically sisters. And they're a little different because Kiana inherited the Castellana lineage, whereas Dudendal kind of didn't because she lost her memories. But then Dudendal later inherits, like, the genetic part of that and everything else. Like, Dudendal and Kiana both follow the Castellana and Shardiac lineages and their own fates very similarly. Dudendal has variants too. We've seen them, and they follow a very similar path too. The best way Hoyo described it themselves is variants share the same character core, like holding the same soul inside. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it too. Like, if March were a clone, or something to that effect, I feel like there would be a lot more overlap. Whereas, like, here I think what they're doing is they're trying to draw intentional parallels without them being actually the same character. They're not the same character, they're not the same soul, they're not clones of each other, they just have similar paths. But they've done that before with other characters too. Like, Genshin's notorious for this, of, like, reusing character stories and plot lines without them being the same character. There's a lot of that, and miHoYo loves to do it because it's kind of, like, throwing us off a little bit. It does make it a little bit more confusing as to, like, who's a variant and who isn't. But I feel like March currently is her own character. She's not Ellie. She's never intended to be a clone of Ellie or anything. She doesn't carry on Ellie's soul or lineage or fate or whatever, or destiny. She has none of that. She is her own character with her own thing. But she has similarities that need to be drawn. Because, like, Kiana, for example, Kiana carries on the Castellana lineage. She learns a lot of that. But she also is, like, the continuation of Sidon and Sidon's stuff. And Sidon's not part of that. She has Sidon's fate. But Kiana has her own stuff that she follows too, as does the Dudendal variants. Like, we see a lot of this kind of stuff happening over and over again. So I'm still very much convinced March is not anything related to Ellie at all. She's just not. She's a whole separate thing. They're just similar. And that similarity begins and ends with that. It doesn't go any further than it. At least for right now. I might change that opinion as we play through the patch, but for the moment, they are not the same. And I don't think they were intended to be the same. They're just supposed to be parallels. Can't pin me down, can you? Ha, I bet she said something clever just now. Hey, I was just copying the storybook heroes. They never take the beaten path. Still, it's embarrassing. I've been the only one here for a while, and I haven't kept up with the cleaning. With so many spots to check, where should we even start? How about the cellar? A cellar? I think I remember one. It was deep. So very deep. Well, if we're talking Wonderland stuff, it's not that different from my hero stories. Alright, let's split up. I'll handle the yard, you check the upper floor. I wonder what the view's like from up there. Worth checking out. I wonder how pomegranate juice with milk would taste. See, now I want to know how pomegranate juice with milk would taste. Would that be good? I could buy pomegranate juice. My very firm variants would be like Akron, May, Phainon and Kevin, Himiko, and others. But there are those who are not variants like Cypher and Parda, Pela, and Dr. May. Well, I mean, Dr. May is not really like Pela at all. Dr. May has a lot more in common with actual May. Like Dr. May and, like, God, hold on. I gotta correct myself here. Or not correct it, but I gotta, like, think about this. Comparing Dr. May to Pela is wild. Like, that is a wild comparison to make. Because they might look somewhat similar, but, like, every version of Dr. May we've seen is so much more than anything Pela's ever got. They share the looks and Smirkle theme. Yeah, Smirkle theme is, like, pretty basic. Because, like, Dr. May's real thing is being, like, I see the gods and I want to fucking fight them. Like, that's her thing. She is, I don't think she's ever been confirmed to be an actual Raiden May variant. But I think they were originally intending that to be somewhat the implication. She's a lot closer to May than she is to anyone else. The fact that they never drew any sort of, like, comparison to this is, like, it drove me nuts when they talked about this in Impact Third. Like, when we actually met Dr. May in, like, the Bubble Universe, they never drew attention to the fact that she and May look alike. They never talked about it. And I'm like, are you two actual variants or not? Because, like, you're definitely connected in some weird way. And if we were to take this a step further, because Dr. May is Kevin's, like, canon lover, and Kevin and Kiana are related, The fact that there's like a Kaslana and a Mei who are always in love with each other regardless of what area or era we're in is hilarious. Love that. But like, yeah. I understand the variance thing. That's not what I'm getting at, but they're both referred to as daughters, children of remembrance. Yeah, like, I think the best parallel we could draw right now between March and Ellie is like, they're probably just past writers. Dr. Mei's not actually a Mei variant. She's her own character. She's Mei's appearance. Yeah. There's a possibility there. I think the case for Dr. Mei being a Mei variant is fairly strong, but I think the only other time we've seen her is in Guns Girl Z, and I don't know anything about the Guns Girl Z variant of her. So, whether or not she's actually a Mei variant, I think is up for debate currently. But, like, yeah, drawing a parallel to her and Pela is wild. That is a wild thing to do. At least, like, with Castris and Sealy, like, that makes sense. Aglaya and Aponia, somewhat. Tribby and Vilvi, even less, somewhat. Cypher and Pardo, yeah, there's a lot of similarities there. Not variants, but related. But yeah, I think, like, the best thing right now is, like, Cyrene and March are probably closer to, like, being Pathstriders of the same thing, as opposed to anything else. They just happen to look alike. Vaguely. I feel like that's the best thing, but she's definitely not a clone. Of that, I'm certain. I went through 3-4 story. I can say it brought me back to Star World. Good. Very good. Alright, Ellie, let's talk. The girl before you carries an air of mystery. Her secret's elusive, yet her demeanor towards you is exceptionally warm. You can't help but wonder, could there really be some kind of mental connection? The view here hasn't changed a bit. You know, besides the swing under the big tree, this has to be my favorite spot in all of Elysia. 3, 2, 1, jump! That's my point, though. Being related doesn't necessarily mean that the variance needs to be a lot deeper than that. Yeah. The case for variance is such a huge, like, annoying thing to explain because of how complicated it actually is. But, like, I definitely would not go with clone, because clone's, like, way closer to variant than anything else. I would definitely not go that route. But being similar, having those parallels, yeah, that's important. So you're not, like, entirely off, Charlie. I don't entirely disagree, but, like, I wouldn't use clone as the word for that. I feel like that's way too close to variant in terms of how they've handled it in the past, so. That's just me personally. I might be entirely fucking wrong by the time we finish this patch, because we have no idea what Cyrene's deal is right now. So, you might be closer to the truth than I am, for sure. And I don't want to rule that out. People use the term XP as annoying, but for the most part, it can be thought of as the same as variance for all intents and purposes, because people use the terms and have no idea what they mean. Yeah, but I refuse to use that term, because XP means exported character, and that's some bullshit, because that's not what that fucking means. I hate the term XP, and I will never fucking use it. It is a variant. The only true XPs are like Tesla and Einstein, alright? Like, that's the true XPs, because they're exported from real life into the game. That's what that means. So, like, I refuse to use that term. And also, the people who do are almost always wrong about who the variants actually are. So, I also definitely do not want to associate with that in any way whatsoever. Let's see. 3, 2, 1, jump! Unmake a gag. Hey, what are you doing? Please be careful. Ellie, I'm messing with you. Don't worry about it. I'm just a small-time diviner. I can't turn back time if something happens. They always said I'll become the next priest of time just because I heard prophecies as a child. Interesting. But here's the thing. The more divinations I do, the more doubt creeps in. I want to believe the prophecies, but actually leaving at Elysia. Where will that waiting ship take us, I wonder? Here they are, the Oracle cards. Let's see, I was still taking in the scenery. I've captured all in my heart. This view, and the most precious of all, my childhood friends. There we go. Looks like the gods do listen to our thoughts. Yeah, I remember learning about school about a tiny blue tomboy girl making nukes and redefining our understanding of physics. I mean, yeah. When you take a real life person, turn them into an anime girl for your video game, that's an XP. Easy. That's how you remember it. Here it is. This is the box where we kept the cards. But the cards are gone. Who could have taken them? What's this underneath? Peculiar messages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Stamped paw print. Cipher? 1, 2, 3, 4. Dan Hong and Void Ranger Jive. I find it funny she's referred to as a priestess of time, and your old video said as much. Yeah, like, I've referenced this a lot. That, like, when we talked about Ellie before, in my theory before they talked about her origins and what she was in Impact Third, my video described her as the Hersher of Fate, and how she was connected to time. And having played through Impact Third story, yeah, that was spot fucking on. That was correct. And even then, we were drawing parallels with Ellie to, like, other characters, like the Morrigan and stuff, like the Three Fates and whatever, because I kept referencing, like, Arthurian legend and other stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I feel like we were right the fuck on with this. Like, absolutely correct. And now, here we go, back to this shit. She's a priestess of time. You're not wrong, Shirley. We fucking nailed that shit years ago. On point. My brain is full of Honkai lore, and it's mostly focused on Ellie, so this is my fucking wheelhouse. We're here. Hey, don't go changing the words. I'll do whatever I want, Phainon. Alright, Ellie, what are you thinking? I see now. Those sneaky little ones. So that's what they've been up to. My favorite history though, Tesla and Einstein or Edison's Yuri fights. Yeah. Yes, I also recall the Yuri fights. That's how history went, right? That's definitely what it was. The ones from the Remembrance Maze, you mean? Yep, let's head to the back of the courtyard. Okay, Ellie, lead the way. I love how I've just abandoned calling her Cyrene, and I'm like, nope, it's Ellie. Hello, Elysia. Suspicious weeds. The entrance should be around here somewhere. Right here. The path to the maze is hidden under all these weeds. It's been too long since we visited the fairies. Man, I love history. It's the best. I love Yuri history. Fairies? Did you forget? We used to visit them all the time when we were little. Alright, let's do this. The weeds need to go. God, I wish women were real. Women? Are women real? I don't know. What's a girl? Charlie, are women real? Yeah, I got no clue. Yeah. I don't know. What are women? There it is, the entrance, that hollow in the tree. You know, like, Charlie drew the parallel to Genshin, and I can see some of that, but you know what I also noticed? The textures and stuff in this, the way, like, all the environment looks, feels a lot more deliberate than how Genshin mostly looks. Like, this being, like, a smaller locale, it feels like they've spent a lot more time actually crafting this area, whereas Genshin feels like a lot more, much more formulaic. It looks better? Yeah, it definitely looks better. This feels so much more deliberate than Genshin stuff does. Like so much more deliberate. Like, you can see, like, how they do the leaves and stuff, and, like, some of the textures, you can tell that's the same thing. Looking better than Genshin? Imagine. Like, yeah, like, they spent a lot of time designing this, clearly. So it feels just a lot more deliberate, and I like that. Genshin feels a lot more rudimentary than I feel like it should. Not that it's bad. I don't think Genshin's bad. It looks fine for what it is, but, like, I feel like they definitely could improve certain areas. Once you get through the tight squeeze in the hollow, you'll reach their dwelling, the Remembrance Maze. I wonder if I can still squeeze through here. Maybe worry more about whether the fairies will let you in. After all, the Remembrance Maze has an invitation-only rule. Only children with pure hearts are welcome. I don't know anyone else, but I see these areas, transition Stargate things, as and only can think of Wuwa marks. Seeing as I have not played Wuwa, I can't really confirm or deny. My Trailblazer profile should get me in, right? Trailblazer profile. What's that? Regardless, how about we try getting through the hollow first? A hollow? Oh no! If ZZZ's taught me anything, hollows are not good. This will be a problem. Can you tell I've got ZZZ on the brain? What? Oh, sure. I'll go first. Beware, monsters inside. Yep. So hasty as always. Okay, Ellie, now that he's gone, are we going to talk a little bit more? Bunch of memes. Yeah. Also, notice on Cyrene's design here, her little, like, waist thing. Fierce and terrifying threats ahead, no joke. Notice her little waist thing has, like, little sunburst thing at the bottom, which was the same thing on the Flame Reaver and Phainon swords. Very similar. And whether intentional or otherwise, her little, like, blue gem thing also resembles the one that Aponia used to give us, which was, like, the thing that we needed to access the deep end of the Elysian Realm before we actually got to Ellie's part of, like, the Elysian Realm. It looks like that. Just a bit. The Nanook armbands, lol. Yeah. I wonder what the fuck that's about. Because, like, why does she have Nanook's armbands? Ellie has many things, but tied to destruction? But, you know what? Actually, here's an interesting idea. Here's an interesting theory, okay? Remember that Ellie is a Hersher-born human. And that Honkai is absolutely a force of destruction. That it is like the cancer of the worlds. It's like a parasite on the Azure Tree. It fucks everything up, right? This is the problem thing. So, her being born human and being pure, loving humanity and sacrificing herself inevitably for it was like a really core part of who she was. That she kind of goes against her nature as a Hersher, whose intent is entirely to destroy things. So, I think it also would be kind of fitting for Ellie to be related to or connected to a lord, like to destruction in some way, to Nanook in some way. But instead of being a creature of destruction, she's entirely the opposite of that. Remember how we were talking before of how, like, Phainon looks like Nanook, and we were thinking he might be a Lord Ravager that, like, might go against the path of destruction? What if Ellie is something similar? What if she's, like, a chosen one of destruction in a sense, but, like, she also goes against it? We know that she's a child of remembrance, so she's tied to the remembrance on all that shit. Like, we know that's the whole thing, but, like, what if, like, that's not the only thing? Like, maybe she was, like, connected to that. Born of destruction, but goes against it entirely. I feel like that would be very appropriate thematically. Whether or not that's actually the case, it remains to be seen. But, like, I do like that as an explanation as to why she would have this as, like, a thing. But she's Nanook's daughter, ditch us a backward person planet thing. I mean, also possible. I'm hoping they'll explain this, because, like, I have a lot of thoughts about, like, how you could possibly explain her having, like, ties to Nanook in some way. I don't know what that could mean. Be it, like, she's chosen by Nanook in some sense, like how, what is it? Emanators are, in a sense, because she's, like, a throne emanator. Nanook, the generational deadbeat dad. Yeah? I don't know. I like that explanation too. My brain's going like a mile a minute here as like possible theories. We're like reaching to different directions, seeing what has evidence, what doesn't. So like at the moment, I like this as a possibility of like maybe she's tied to that, maybe she isn't. Hopefully they'll tell us they will tell us what the fuck that's about. I'm hoping we get some answers for it. We got lots of ground to cover. We do have lots of ground to cover. Looks like it's just us now. Care to finish the chat? Yes, I do. Let's fucking talk, Ellie. To be honest, from the moment I saw the cute note left by the fairies, my intuition became even more certain. Perhaps when we step into the maze again after all these years, the wheels of fate will finally start turning. Don't tell me you're behind all this. Of course she plays smug. What if I am? What would you do? You know what, Ellie? I'll forgive you. You're fine. Just kidding. Don't read too much into it. But you know what? Even if fate is set on its path, no matter where it steers the world, if we're together, there's nothing to worry about, right? I'll load myself into the chamber. So, if you're willing. Forget it. If the wheels do begin to turn, that's when I'll make my request. Alright, Ellie, what request do you have of me? I'm curious what you want me to do. Also, I do really like her design a lot. Like, I've not really talked about this too much, but I do like this version of her. That was easy. I can't remember last time I came here. It's Mem! Plot twist, Phainon isn't Kevin. We are. It's rainy and snowy. Look, it's Mem! Charlie called it. It's a bunch of mems. I was right. Yeah, you were right. Look at you. Snowy, you've grown so tall and dashing. I couldn't even tell it was you at first. Terrifying creatures! Oh no! They've come for our throats. Mem looks off-shaded. Yeah, she does. It's not the same Mem. I'll get me bat. Watching it end up being like fucking like the Monty Python thing, and just like behind the rabbit. It just starts tearing out our throats one by one. Get back, Cyrene. That's a bloodthirsty creature. La criatura. Let's get her. We had to grow up sometime. Look at Rennie. Rennie? Rainy? They spelled that differently earlier, didn't they? Hold on. I need to check this. I feel like they spelled that differently earlier. Damn it! You won't let me go back and look at it. They definitely spelled it differently earlier, though. She hasn't changed one bit. How fascinating. Perhaps I'm like you, Relimim. Just another fairy of the maze. Mim's purple now? Did you dye your fur? So the Mims are like an organization. The names just keep getting weirder. Dye? Relimim's always been this lovely shade of lavender. Dolimim, Relimim, Millimim, Follimim. I've missed these cute little troublemakers. We used to gather around the fire, singing and dancing, imagining all our future journeys. Without coming back here, those memories might have faded away entirely. How could you, Snowy? You swore you wouldn't forget about us, but you were gone so long you almost did. Also, let's go back and notice this. Remember what Cyrene says here. Perhaps I'm like you, Relimim, just another fairy of the maze. So if Mem is a fairy, perhaps Ellie's actually telling us the truth here. She's done that before. That's what half of the Elysian Realm dialogue is. She's just telling us some shit. We know that Ellie's different, so she's not like Phainon for sure. She's something different. Oh, he's just copying the bars from his stories, being all melodramatic. He couldn't forget you all even if he tried. Actually, we're here for the Oracle cards. Have you seen them? Oh, the Oracle cards. Right. The Chief asked us to get those. Chief, you mean Dolimim? What do you need the cards for? If they want a reading, they could just ask me. I'm not sure, but Chief specifically wanted to meet with you all. Let's see. They should be... That's right. This way, everyone. Watch your step. Trunk slippery. Dude, this place is so cozy, too. What the fuck? I want to be here. I want to come hang out in this place. Fuck my apartment in Atlanta. I want to go somewhere else. Oh, the Oracle card is the worst part of finishing every story patch. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at old Mem. Guess it's better than mine. All this lore flying easy over my head. Yeah, there's so much lore to unpack here. Why do leaves or branches grow? Which way does the wind blow? Oh, are you gonna ask us? Why do birds fly? Are you gonna give us that conversation? Cause please, I need it. Also, notice that Dolimim is rhyming here, and Ellie did the same thing earlier. In Memory's maze depths, we seek to find the answer's future left behind. Somehow I understand all of this. Yeah, because I've info dumped the shit out of you, Charlie. You have heard so much Honkai lore, more than most people. You ever heard the story of the Charmony Dove? Dude, I'm telling you, I need Phainon and Sunday to talk. I need them to talk about birds together. This is a very niche thing, but I need the two of them to talk about, like, just wax philosophically about birds. I need this. Okay? MiHoYo, I'm fucking begging you. Bird bros! Let's go. I need them to talk about birds together. Welcome back, my dear children. I thought you'd be pink, Mim. Pink ones? That's strange. I don't recall any pink fairies in Remembrance Maze. Have you seen any, Chief Doloman? Oh, Chief, you haven't changed a bit. Still so full of life. No need to fuss, my child. You haven't forgotten, have you? As long as our songs are sung, the children of the maze will live on. Just as our paths stay forever linked. Here, take it. I'm sorry I had to resort to such methods to bring you here. As I've written? Oh, so that's the book of oracle cards. That's the thing that Mim is always talking to us through. So that's where Cyrene is from then. She seemed real quick to change the subject. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, like Ellie doesn't. Yeah, you're right. We asked about the penguins. Phainon talks about it, and the chief doesn't mention it, and Cyrene skips over it entirely. Like she knows, right? Like Ellie definitely knows that we know who she is, or that she's fully aware of what's happened before. Like she definitely knows more than she's letting on. Thank you for keeping it safe. You know you can always just ask if you want me to divine something. Of course she knows. Yeah, she definitely fucking knows. If there was any doubt before, there's not anymore. Like we know. We know who the fuck she is. Still, bringing us here like this after so long, is something wrong, Chief? Yes. The Veil of Evernight whispers to us once more. It tells of a new fairy who will soon enter the maze. Indeed, every time a new fairy arrives in the maze, it means that beyond the veil and the vast lands far from Elysia, a great calamity is on the horizon. Huh. So that means for every mem that exists, there's a great calamity. Interesting. I'm sure this cheeky bitch knows my credit card numbers and social security numbers too. I mean, you know what? Ellie needs your help, gamers. She needs your credit card number and the 3 little numbers on the back. She's gonna get that shit in like 3 patches when she goes live, to be fair. It's gonna be so much money. I shudder to look at what my credit card bill is gonna be like when she launches. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be so bad. Dolamim continues to explain in greater detail. But if that's the case, our journey will have to be cancelled. If disaster's coming, we should stay in Elysia just to be safe. What about all the people out there? That's a good point. What difference could Cyrene and I make? We weren't planning to be gone for long, just enough time to hone our abilities. Phainon would train in Castrum Kremnos, while I would seek the Fate Titan's blessing in Yanisopolis. And before Arby drops $100 and pulls her in a single pull just to fuck with him. In the next few patches, Obzi will E6 Cyrene. Look, I'll be straight with you guys. When Ellie dropped in Impact 3rd, I got her immediately. And I ranked her to Triple S immediately. When her Ego dropped, I spent like $1,000 fucking dollars getting her to Triple S. If you think there's a fucking second that I'm not going to consider doing that here again when she drops, you got another fucking thing coming. I have an obligation to get Lesbian Jesus no matter the cost. It has to happen. I will suffer. I will be poor. I'll be eating like water soup. It's going to be a problem. But this is necessary. It is the sacrifice I have to make. Ellie has already claimed my wallet. It's just forgone. Addiction and obsession. Ellie is my obsession. Can you pay for my Phainon and Vicissitude when she comes up next? No, I can't. Look, I'm already like having issues right now because my car kept fucking me up. There was some medical stuff in there, and I've got more medical things on the horizon. Because I can get, like, wisdom teeth pulled and stuff, but, like, dude. I need to save as much money as I can for when Ellie drops, because, fuck, it's gonna be such a problem. Then we return to Elysia to help keep our village safe. It's okay, I can still practice my swordplay here. Some things you can learn on your own. Well, probably. That's not very convincing. Here's a thought. Let's have Cyrene do a reading. If fate wishes to show us its path, we might find some peace of mind. But what if we don't like what the cards tell us? At least we'll know which way to run. Not the most optimistic take, but I see your point. Thanks. We'll do it your way. Whatever the cards show, we'll face it together. Ask with a true heart, and truth shall answer in kind. Again, they've done this pose of her, where like they hide her eyes and showing this whole thing of her with her hand over her heart. I feel like there's some significance in that, but I don't know exactly what yet. Other than like, it's usually like something. It's like some like meaningfulness, or she's speaking in doublespeak especially. I feel like there's something there. I need the latest version of my wife. There's no guarantee there'll be another Fuqua suit. Yeah. I feel like there might be, though. Close your eyes and let's open the Oracle card book together. Let your thoughts flow like stars drifting on the river, carried by fireflies and gentle winds. Your destiny is flowing towards the same future. Now, shall we begin? Oh my. The cards are quite responsive today. Very well. Let's see what future the Oracle cards wish to show us. Turn to the first page of Oracle cards. Oh, we can just go look at all of them? Go to Weaver. Hello, Aglaia. Behold the Weaver. It connects the romantic threads of the chrysalis of gold, weaving all destinies into golden silk that flows towards the most brilliant, magnificent future. Of course, I get Aglaia to voice it. A dance of thread and blades set the stage. So shall it end as gracefully as it started. Such elegance. The Gold Weaver must be of noble birth. Such high standing. I doubt someone like me could ever reach it. To be fair, Phainon, when she found you, you dressed like ass. She had to help you look nice. You had to look the part. Because you dressed like you were poor. Why you did this, we don't know. Reveal the Gatekeeper. Hello, Tribby. This is the Gatekeeper, who guides people to their true path among myriad passages. We have surrendered our countless senses, dedicating ourselves to the sacred whispers within the temple. Wait. Aglaia clothed him? Yeah, did you not know that? Aglaia literally made, like, the outfit that Phainon wears, Aglaia made. Because he dressed like shit before, and she's like, no. Where do you get his current outfit? Yeah, that's a good question. I've been thinking that the entire time. Because, like, they already established before that Aglaia was the reason why Phainon dresses well. Is because he dressed like he was a peasant. And she gave him his current fit. So, like, why does Phainon look like this now? I don't know. Because in the previous era, that was Aglaia who did this. And it's really funny. Wait, it almost feels like I can hear the echoes within a temple. And are those children singing? It feels overwhelmingly solemn, yet strangely comforting. Reveal the ruler. Hello, Maide. The ruler stands for discipline, authority, and glory, but frequently also points to isolation and warfare. Even should you pledge your loyalty to me as the last sovereign, the glory shall be mine and mine alone. He who has slain a king can no longer bear the title. Let the withering lion walk his last path alone. Is this showing us a ruler who forsook their people? Stories of such bloodshed like this feel so distant from Elysia, but they sure can stir the imagination. Reveal the traveler. Cypher! It's the boyfriend! You're right, it is the boyfriend. Details, details. Hogan's a small indie company. They can cover so many character models. Can you imagine if they put him in that fuck-ass outfit he had before? Just for this? That'd be so fucking funny. God, I hope. I hope that we can see that model at some point in time, because it's really funny. Ah, the Traveler, our little trickster, always hiding behind other cars, disguising itself. What a rare catch. Over here. Or perhaps here. Gotcha. You'll have to be quicker than that. I'm glad to see Cypher again. We love her. We love Cat Grill. That teasing voice. Just like a child playing hide and seek. Surely only a master of mischief could pick up this card. Check the other cards. The Servant. Hello, Casterus. This card, the Servant, is surprisingly light, bearing the cool scent of Antilla flowers, just like starlight. It symbolizes new life and hope, yet often brings to mind struggles, sadness, and loss. These precious flowers I care for with my own hands. Are they destined to bloom only in death's embrace? It sounds so solemn, yet tinged with an inescapable sorrow. Check the healer. Hello, Hyacinth. The humble healer may seem gentle in hue, but its courage matches any other, strong enough to melt even the coldest ice. I will do my best to help you mend all fractures and let sunlight shine on every corner of the world. Make a pinky promise with me. No more going back on your word. Hey, this card really speaks to me. It makes me want to protect as much as I possibly can. Hiya Cinema. Correct. I've been listening to, like, the song from her like, boss battle thing. I've been listening to it so much. It's been on a loop. It's been a problem. Still, protecting everything everywhere seems like a dream. What amazing power would you need for that? Reveal the Scholar. And, of course, our favorite little shit. Hello, Anaxa. Behold the Scholar, bearer of many names, the Grand Magician, the Great Performer, the Eye of Wisdom, and the Defiler of Circes. Defiler of Circes. That is a hilarious name for him. Like, I'm sorry? That is hilarious. Also known as our favorite shithead. Yes. Every scene he's in, he's such a drama queen, and I'm here for it. He's so fucking melodramatic. I can't wait for him to come back. Oh? There's just one card? With all those titles, I'm expecting a whole deck. Theater kid, truly. Adromus draped in finery will suffice. It's succinct enough to best summarize my nature. Wait, what's with that condescending tone? It's almost as if he knows what we're about to say. Of course you do. It's an Axa. Of course he's going to be a condescending little prick. We love him. Reveal Phainon's Oracle cards. The Deliverer. According to the tripartite prophecy, this card means absolute harmony and perfection. In fact, it's the only Oracle card without a dark side. I don't know about that. He has a dark side. We fought it. What? No Divine Whispers this time? Oh, silly. This is simply the card you drew for yourself. The sleepy village of Elysia, in just one fleeting moment, welcomed an array of legendary figures: the Weaver, Gatekeeper, Ruler, Traveler, Servant, Healer, and Scholar. Also, let's examine this for a moment. This is a very interesting thing we're seeing here. Irel and Axa would be captain of the debate team, student council president, theater club, and Kim, Edie, aide at the same time. Yeah. So let's look at this image here for a second. You can't see because chat's blocking it, but on the right side here, we've got the Flame Reaver with his sword, with like corpses and stuff underneath him. We've got what I guess is like Lord Ravager and or Lygus back here in the background there. And then here in like the other side, we've got Phainon as a kid with the burning eyes of Elysia, Phainon as an adult bearing his sword, and then moving into him bloody and battered and going into the new era, I guess. And then down here at the bottom, we've got him dragging the sword behind him across the mural and stuff. This is absolutely like depicting like Phainon's like entire story. So seeing like, again, we have like what I guess is like Lygus or whatever, whoever this form is on the top, above the Flame Reaver, is showing you like Phainon becomes Flame Reaver, probably through the influence of that other one. Smushing the blood of gold on the mural. Yeah, smush. There's a lot to unpack and theorize about by looking at this one image. We also have like the wings behind this, which somewhat resemble Phainon's like wings whenever he gets into his like, I guess, playable form. But we still don't know exactly who this figure is, but I'm currently leaning on Lygus. But it might just be something else. We'll have to see. But I feel like this is definitely depicting the different stages of Kevin's journey. So their stories and wishes showed the village boy glimpses of a world larger than he'd ever imagined. They brought tales of raging battles, of cities crowned in holy light, and of wonders beyond his understanding, each story so far removed from his simple village life. Once, these were just images on his friend's oracle cards, and yet destiny now stirs in resonance within the maze. And now, they are right in front of one's eyes. The Deliverer, this card again. Ah, my child, it seems you're destined to bear the wishes of many, to answer the world's call. Bear their wishes? Yes, just like Kefali standing eternal atop the mountain. Interesting, now that's the second Titan we've mentioned outside of Orynyx. My parents, they only wish for me to grow up well, to help around the village stay out of trouble. Miss Pythias wished for more books in her little schoolhouse, wanted us to learn and grow. And little Piso, he wants to grow up strong like his father and become a hunter. Is that my purpose, to fulfill their wishes? Perhaps, for a true deliverer, such wishes are but droplets in an ocean. After all, Kefali bears the weight of the entire world. Right. How could any human possibly measure up to a Titan? I wonder too, perhaps. What's this? Oh, hello, Aglaia and Tribi. And Anaxa. What you see are futures written in the cards, or rather the people you'll meet on your journey. Sometimes fate can guide us when we're lost. Let's consult fate itself. Maybe then we'll know why we must take this path. And learn just how many burdens one must bear to become a true deliverer. I'm amused we get to see Boyfriend again. Oh look, it's Cypher! And Cass. What are you guys going to talk about? Hello, Cypher. Well, well, if isn't our little deliverer. My wish? Ha! Just let me wine and dine and soak up the sun for another millennium or two. I mean, that's the point of dying rich if you never live rich. Right, Princess Homebody? Cypher, that's not how I see it. My one wish is to find that missing piece in my life, to feel someone's embrace once more, that warmth. I felt it before, and it's my dearest memory. And speaking of riches, for someone with all those treasures behind your divine power, you've led a pretty cheap life. Ouch! Where did that come from? Damn! Cass with the sharp tongue. Right for the jugular, huh? What about our friend from the Grove? My wish came true before I touched the sky. I transformed my healing power into gentle sunlight, distributing it equally to every life I cherished and loved. You two are so selfless, aren't you? No surprise Aglaia wanted you for the Flame Chase journey. You know what? I did have one wild dream. To know what it feels like being born a noble lady drowning in riches. Just think, if I traded places with that seamstress, me in the mansion, her on the streets, I'd like to see if she'd still become the gold weaver then. Maybe I'd even take her place. Castris, I want to be a normal person and have connections again. Cypher, yeah, but have you had a sick awesome nap though? Dude, Cypher is great. I fucking love her so much. Out of all like the Chrysos errors, I feel like Cypher's probably my favorite, with Castris being like a very close second. Because like Cypher's so fucking funny. I really like her a lot. Can we jump in and fit right into the convo? Side tangent, the game's mouth movements aren't bad, but I'm spoiled by VTuber's face movements. They look stiff to me now. Yeah, they kind of do. Doesn't sound like an easy task. Warm embrace, equal healing, and perhaps living free? They're all wishing for a kinder world in their own way. Ah, damn. Alright, Aglaia and Tribi, what do you guys have? Personal wishes. I have none. Only the era nova matters, the world's rebirth. Yet, if I am to weave a new era, then may it be one where Canis and her cleaners shall never tread. She's like, if I gotta make a new world, fuck that motherfucker. Generational hatred. I fucking feel that, though. She's like, if I gotta make one, fuck that bitch. Which, honestly, fair. Because no one likes Canis. Kindness, whatever. Awful lady that no one likes. Absolutely valid. If I have a new world, it's on site. Yeah, for real. These crawling parasites have no place in Akama. Especially not under the deceitful claim of human rule. Dude, I love how savage she is. Given the fact that she, like, had to die because of them, I suppose that makes sense. But, like, also, I love the pettiness of this. She's like, yeah, also, fuck them. That noble lady, the way she speaks, it's like ice in my veins. She's truly selfless in her dedication. Yeah, we like Aglaia here. Huh? Not exactly the warmth I'd expect from someone selfless. Teacher, perhaps you could share your wishes with us? Oh, Snowy, you want to know about our wishes now? I wish to meet Trianne again, in the Sea of Flowers where the west wind ends. And Aggie, I want to see you shed the golden thread cocoon around your heart. Just once more, smile at us again, like that bright-eyed girl in white who stood before Yanisopolis Temple. Finally, I pray that the footsteps of lost souls no longer wander aimlessly, instead replaced by the bright songs of prayer. Are we wishing for too much? Well, let's say these three wishes represent Trianne and Trinan too. I just imagine Aggie catching sight of Canis from across the court and just full sprinting at her, just like immediately. It's like that, like the Cloud was just a Meatballs meme of like Flint Lockwood, like that one, like the cop dude just sprinting at him. It's just that, but like Aglaia just ready to tackle Canis and kick her ass immediately. Which, love that, want that now. Someone animate it, please. Put in some gauge, yeah. Those wishes are truly wonderful. They even stir something deep inside me. Then we can rest easy because only you can make these wishes come true. Only me? Mark these words, Snowy. See you tomorrow. Alright, let's go talk to Anaxa. Alright, our favorite little shit. What do you got? Ah, Phainon, my student. Must we go over this again? Listen well, I detest the word wish. It reeks of mortals crawling before their gods. My life's work is done. All that remains is for you to take the final step and prove the ultimate truth. I, Anaxagoras, shall become a god of the new world. Through irrefutable logic, I will prove that mortal wisdom can achieve divine greatness. Isn't he, you know, a little... I mean, I just daydream about hero stories, but he's finishing about becoming a titan? Careful, that's your future teacher you're talking about. Well, that's something. Can I ever be that sure of myself? It should have been more of a shit. Damn it, I wanted him to be more obnoxious. Alright, boyfriend. The last one. Phainon. Since when did you become so timid, asking such juvenile questions about wishes? What's that supposed to mean? And what's with that condescending tone? Say the best for last, always. You know it. You know we had to. No way I become friends with this half-naked show-off, right? He's gonna be your full-naked boyfriend in a little while, don't worry. You'll be the kind of friends who think nothing of sitting shoulder to shoulder in a hot bath! Let's go! Let's go! You two are gonna be bathing every day together. Don't worry. Full naked boyfriend. Horrifying. Is that really something I'll enjoy one day? Oh yeah. Absolutely. He is personally crafted for you, buddy. This is your boyfriend. Get ready. What are you mumbling to yourself now? Whatever. The wishes of the Cremnoan warriors are done, but I survived 1,000 deaths only to fall to a coward's blade. That masked flame reaver who struck from behind. Phainon, you look... Never mind. That blank look tells me you're completely lost. My wish is simple. One honest duel. Face to face, blade to blade. Then I'll strip away that mask with my own hands. Nothing but violence and vengeance. This person's wish is nothing short of brutal. Still, those eyes burn with the noble pride I've read about. This wish I shall not forget. I had to bring up the bath with him. It had to happen. Now I need a video of Phainon and Mighty as Red and Blue Heavy from Produce Engage. Oh my god, I love it. So tell me, has the uncertainty in your heart begun to fade? So many faces in my future, so many wishes. Still, why would fate choose to show us this path? What's weighing on your mind? Didn't you say disaster would strike Amphorius? If so, shouldn't Cyrene and I stay in Elysia? How could we possibly meet all these people? The calamity is what sets you on your journey. If that's true, then who will protect everyone in Elysia? Cyrene, may I have the deliverer card? Of course, but why? Although those voices, visages, and wishes may seem far away now, I can't ignore the sense that something is calling me, bidding me to take hold of it. Maybe its true weight can only be known once it's within my grasp. Oh, who's gonna tell him? I mean, we just tried to tell him, but we're neglecting to mention, like, oh yeah, the flame river that your boyfriend mentioned is the one that kills everyone, by the way. In that case, accept this gift. Oracle cards carrying time's wisdom blessed by Ornyx. May they journey with you, become your memories, and spark rippling waves of change in times to come. He's got anime pro tag IQ. Doomed Yaoi, yeah. We had to go from like the usual Honkai Doomed Yuri to Doomed Yaoi now. It's just, we had to go for it. It's classic, a tale as old as time. I'll hold these words close to my heart. But now that I'm holding them, they don't seem all that different from ordinary playing cards. Oh no! What's happening? We got big trouble, Memi. Burning smoke everywhere. It's all coming from beyond the maze. What's going on? It's here. The seeds of disaster have already taken hold, sooner than we had foreseen. This time, not even the Veil of Evernight can shield us. You mean Elysia will be swept up in the prophesied catastrophe? Don't worry, everyone. Hoyo is equal opportunity happiness killers. Yeah, this is a wholesome story. A wholesome story about love. Definitely. That's what Xiaoji's always told us, right? Hello. Hi, Tengris. Welcome, welcome. I am doing well. I'm afraid so. My children, take shelter in the Remembrance Maze. One step outside and this horror will consume you both. But my parents, the whole village. Is this the calamity? Is this calamity a Titan's doing? A romantic story. Wholesome even. Yeah. Trust. Are we facing the 3 Titans of calamity? This is beyond any Titan. Beyond any danger you could overcome with strategy alone. It's an unspeakable horror that twists all life into abominations that never bleed nor cry. Even Titans fall to its corruption, burning from within only until only unto shells remain, knowing only death and destruction. The Black Tide. That's what the calamity truly is. It consumes all in its path, sparing none but the Remembrance Maze. There's no way I'll dig myself into a hole that put myself in, right? Yeah. I won't want to put myself in a hole. Definitely not. Not to go cry and sob and just have a miserable time of it. Not even Titans can. Yes. So please, don't leave this forgotten realm the gods abandoned. Forgotten realm the gods abandoned? That's a really interesting way to word that. Because, like, okay, these are like fairies tied to Ornyx. And they're talking about this maze, their home, being a forgotten realm that the gods abandoned? That's really interesting. Because I guess we don't really know what happened to Ornyx, right? But Ornyx being one of the oldest Titans, for sure. Okay. I don't know exactly what all that entails, but that's definitely very interesting. We don't wish for you to throw your lives away. Phainon, what path do we take? Let's see. I don't know if they're necessarily tied to Ornyx. I think they're just fairies. Mim is special. I mean, yeah, Mim is special, but like, I'm wondering what the fuck they mean by that. Like what the fuck? Also, there's one of these that's like highlighted. What if I tell him to stay here? Because we know what's going to happen. Stay here safe in the maze. Listen to your heart. Protect those who must be protected. Oh, God. Because we know if I choose the third one, that definitely sends him on the path. But what if I choose one of the other ones? Because we know the tragedy that's going to unfold. So I want to see what happens if we tell him to stay here. As long as we survive, hope remains. But I just accepted the Deliverer card. To idly sit by and ignore this calamity now would be... Listen to your heart. My heart. When you get the dialogue of... Phainon will remember this, or yeah. My heart knows but one path. Protect those who must be protected. I learned the sword to protect those close to me. If I run now, I'll never be worthy of lifting a blade again. Then we know what we must do. Indeed, our friend is right. We must take action. Forgive me, Chief, but Elysia needs us. And as her child, I must act. Very well. Make sure you protect yourselves. With me, Cyrene. Join us, my friend. Even without a sword, I'll take a rake. Even with the roughest steel, I'll keep our home safe. Close enough. We'll come back, get your dialogue choices. A little bit. Just a tad. Your choices don't really matter, but they kind of do sometimes. Deliverer. The card's truth extends beyond its mere literal meaning. There's another hidden layer within. Not so imperfect from the start, standing high above, casting merciful gazes upon the world. But one who starts small, from a humble village, expanding their world within step by step, learning to save others as they grow. When we were little, I told him I wished this world would never need a deliverer. Now that wish has shattered, yet I'm glad he's chosen to walk this path. And all of this happened because you believed in him, friend. Shall we? It's only when you're by our side that Phainon and I, that our hearts find their courage. I know you're watching us right now. Aren't you, great hero from the future? Hello, Lygus, you little fuck. Deliverer. Such cruel irony. Though destined to bear this world's burdens, this boy can never become the hero to bring forth the dawn. Are you here just to spoil the story? Follow their path, Artemis. Bear witness as this man, forever denied the mantle of hero, takes his first step on the path to deliverance. Watch this memory play out its final act. See with your own eyes how everything began. Then you'll see why his dream of deliverance was always destined to become this world's requiem. The sun, red as blood, wheat fields turning to dust, and in the heart of it all, a village aflame. In that moment, the boy stood at what felt like the end of existence itself. See, look at his fuck-ass outfit. It's bad. The monsters roar. These creatures, they're everywhere. Someone, anyone, where are you? Wait, oh. Interesting. No, it can't be. Why did you? Are you talking to me? I don't want to die. Weren't we best friends forever? Huh. This is new. No, that ribbon. Livia, no. I should have known. Save us. Save us. Please, no. Stop. Please stop. The English VA in this scene, because really hard there. Yeah. That's intense. Oh, he doesn't continue that. Livia, I'm so sorry. And these monsters, they're all... You know, it wouldn't be Kevin if his life didn't suck. Why? Why is this happening? I mean... Jesus. When the black tide arrived, the wavering boy found resolve in his companions. Together, they ran toward their first battlefield. In the far-off future, the land of Euphorius would bear the marks of the hero's footsteps. With sword in hand, he would inscribe an eternal mark in the golden epic. He's already bleeding gold all over. Yeah, for real. And when dawn broke over scorched earth, a boy, covered in wounds, buried the dead one by one, his silence heavier than the earth he moved. His home, his past, his name, all buried beneath the soil. His feet carried him forward, over the pillar of stone, beyond the chalice of plenty, through the deadly fogs at the hand of shadow. He wandered without direction, like a withered leaf drifting in the wind. Through countless city-states, the smiling visage of the white-haired swordsman was etched into memories. Yet he did not walk without purpose. Deep in his heart, a voice always guided him forward to fulfill the wishes he had inherited, to brave peril, and to do all that was within his power to save those who needed saving. Those words his friend spoke long ago, when his journey began, lingered. Protect those who must be protected. The words were few, but they gave him all the certainty he needed. That's what it means to be ordinary and choose to be more. Onward he walked until the call of the flame-chased journey thundered across the land. In the vision painted by prophecy, humanity would triumph over the gods, seize the core flames, and ignite a new dawn for Euphorius. Yet losses are a constant on the flame-chased journey, where life too seems as small as a speck of dust. Only one who treats the world as their teacher can bear its eventual destiny. Are you prepared for such teachings? The voice within spoke, and he answered softly. No matter, my existence is of no consequence. When the Goldweaver called, he answered, traveling to the holy city. There the elders met his warrior spirit with nothing but scorn, condemning him to the barracks in derision. No one saw it coming, not the world, not even him. Yet this nameless recruit stood at the gates of legend. And there, at last, he found the ones who would walk his path right beside him. Act 2, Trial. So these are the memories that Lygus is walking us through. So this isn't the start of the new era yet. So he's walking us through Phainon's memories. That's why he's setting up as an act. And yet, Ellie still seems to be aware of it despite that fact, which is very interesting. Phainon's here too, and is that Maide and Trinan. And now, Act 2 of our immersive drama unfolds. They're evacuating the temple. Why now? Are you insane? That blonde man is the crown prince of Kremnos. Mess with him and every last person in the city could wind up dead. Calm yourselves. The Holy Maiden has everything under control. We need only wait patiently. Behold, it is the month of Gate, light calendar 4926. The crown prince of Kremnos, Maidamos, has led his forces to the gate of Akama. As you know, though Maidamos was proud, he did not engage in needless violence. He challenged the elders of Akama to a duel, not for glory, but for the rights and dignity of his people, to ensure they wouldn't live as second-class citizens in foreign lands. After Aglaya's mediation, Phainon met Maidamos' challenge as the elders' representative. Also, thank you for the follow and/or subscription, whoever that was. Much appreciated. This duel was to change the course of the Flame Chase journey itself. So, as Phainon's most important companion, his lifelong friend, please continue to bear witness to his memories. Alright, let's see the duel. Is this your idea of an honorable duel? Bloodshed isn't the way. We and Agi don't want to see Crisis heirs turn on each other. True warriors know when to sheathe their blades. The impartial Talantan shall oversee this duel. You need only to place your offerings upon their scales. Followed from YouTube so I could put you on the TV? Oh dude, hell yeah. Me on the TV? Look, Ma, I'm on television. That's fun though. Something that has more weight than the fate of the world. Which means only those who understand the world's weight are worthy to carry it. Is this how you plan to test our convictions? Well, Crimnoan, looks like you won't be able to punch your way through this one. I want to lay down instead of sit at PC. Fair. It makes no difference. One last chance, new recruit. Walk away, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, come and face me. I'll give you a warrior's death. Hard to imagine they once clashed like this. Holy Maiden, I can't help but feel like a pawn that has stumbled into someone's greater political game. Every hero was once a child, and every child must grow. That's so. I don't even know why I'm sitting here right now. Look at me, just a common soldier. Since swordsmanship won't decide the winner, Lady Goldweaver should be here instead. My devotion to the holy city could never compare to hers. What if we told you that this duel isn't about winning or losing, but rather in the choice you make? Are you saying that Lady Goldweaver is testing me? Every Chrysos heir is indispensable to the Flame Chase journey, and you and the Crown Prince of Crimnos are both a part of that prophecy. What the duel marks is not an ending, but a beginning. So, listen to your heart. We only wish to hear your answer. True enough. The voice within has never failed me. It doesn't matter what the result is. I'll give it everything I have. Spoken like a Chrysos heir. Now go, Phainon. Your journey has only just begun. That's right, comrade. It's time for us to teach that proud prince a lesson together. Someday he too will be your comrade. Me with him? Don't joke around like that. Dude, he's your boyfriend, Phainon. You can run from your fate all you want to, but that's your boyfriend. And I'm gonna play matchmaker with this the entire time we're here. Still, on the topic of the Temple of the Three Fates, here we are at the Temple of the Time Titan, and I don't even know how Cyrene's studies are progressing. We haven't really had much contact since I set out. Still, I hope she's doing well. Anyway, let's go, comrade. It's not every day you get a chance to see Talantan's scales of justice. Now that's interesting, because as far as we knew, Cyrene died when Elysia fell to the Black Tide. So now she survived and went with him to the point where he met, like, the other Chrysos heirs. Fascinating. It does make me wonder, like, what effect we're having on, like, these memories and these events. And also, if that allows, like, Ellie to do her own thing, too. Really curious what that actually means. What's going on? Didn't he just say Cyrene sitting here? How is that possible? Wasn't she? Dude, yeah! I literally just asked the same question. Yeah, what is going on here? I'd like to know. Of course, Legacy disappears right when I need answers. Forget it. I need to catch up with Phainon first. I asked the exact same question too. See, we're all on the same page. We got this. Alright, amazing. Talantan may have fallen, but their scales reign true to their purpose. I hope you remember your purpose, new recruit. You seem awfully confident, Crimnoan. Let's see how you define the idea of weight. For your information, in Castrum Crimnos, the punishment for profaning a duel with such crooked words is impalement. But, as we are in foreign lands, I'll indulge you. The signet of Crimnos, the crown jewel of our people, that's my choice. A ring? Not just any ornament, I'd wager. What's the story behind this little treasure? Don't push your luck. Think I'd pour my heart out to you? Also, he should not have that. Because remember, we found that later. Like, it was lost whenever he was, like, dunked in the Sea of Souls or whatever the fuck. So, like, Maide should not have that signet right now. That should be gone. So, events have changed. Things are different right now. Just know that Cremnoan's 1,000 years of glory could bring a titan to its knees, let alone anybody like you. So, to him, glory and his people outweigh the entire world. And the very destiny that Maide himself will eventually shoulder. He should not have his signet. Accept the test. Now this is a tough one. What can I possibly offer against a ring that signifies so much? Well, comrade, what does your gut tell you? The Deliverer card. Looks like we really are on the same wavelength. In the end, there's only one thing I can trust. The Deliverer that appeared in my life on that day. How ironic. I can't even look at this card properly, much less follow where it leads. Just thinking about how my village was swallowed by the Black Tide makes my hands shake. The flames, the screams, my utter failure to protect anyone. Speaking rationally, I know it's not merely enough. Elysia was just a small village. It's lost barely a scar on Amphorius' face. But here and now, my heart says something else. This card, it's everything I have left. Nothing weighs heavier. Hello, Ellie! Perhaps that itself is the answer. Look, Phainon. It's nice to see you again, Lady Trinen, Phainon, and... The hi! Ah! It's such an Ellie thing! So you're such a sweet surprise. Cyrene, but how? I was surprised. Could it be? Did you miss me? God, all the like classic Ellie lines. Dude, I'm so excited. Ellie, I always miss you. I'm so glad to have you back. My girl. So excited. Cyrene, this is incredible. I was literally just thinking about how you might be here, but I never imagined I'd see you this soon. Hehe. I was supposed to leave with the priests, but then I heard Lady Maiden was with a white-haired young man. I figured it had to be you, so I snuck back here. Ha, that's Cyrene for you. Unfortunately, this isn't a good time for menacing. The Cremnoan over there. Still playing house, boy? You get the idea. Quite the hothead. You know, you two might just get along. Let me jump on the scale. That bitch will go down so fast. Exactly. Don't worry. You already know what the answer is, don't you? If that's your choice, I'm with you. I'm with you because I remember it all too. The fields of Elysia, those red leaves, that little swing of mine beneath the tree where I dreamed the sweetest dreams. And those dear fairies in the Remembrance Maze. It hurts so much knowing that they're gone forever. Didn't they say that the Remembrance Maze was safe from the Black Tide, though? The math ain't mathin', Cyrene. The pain speaks for itself. Our hometown may have just been a tiny village, but to us, it was the whole world. But that's not enough, Phainon. Not nearly enough. Even though hatred can help people grow and turn a boy into an unbreakable warrior, what you need now is victory. You can't just stack the scales with your past suffering. You have to throw the weight of your future onto them as well. The future? What do you mean? Maybe that was a bit too cryptic for you, but it's actually really simple. Maybe you're a little too dumb. I'll make it simpler for you. Why not have our mutual friend here sit on the scales with the Deliverer? How about it? Can you help me? Wouldn't that be cheating? Relax. Our dear Crown Prince won't have a clue. Oh, that's hilarious. I can put the stream on 2x speed on the TV and it just stops and catches up real fast over and over. Sorry, I can't talk at 2x speed for you. I wish I could. Let's try that. The fate of Akuma hangs on this duel. I must claim victory for their sake. I will seek everything I have. Stand with me, comrade, and we shall become heroes. Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. Let's. Together we'll prove that what weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future. Talenton, the fair, the just, they of unassailing integrity. The challengers have made their choice. In the name of the Holy Maiden of the Three Fates, lower your scales, weigh destiny, and reveal unto us your verdict. Your offering is a card? Yes, a flimsy little card. That is my choice. Just know that it is called the Deliverer. Notice, too, that, like, the only people who directly respond to us are Phainon, Cyrene, and Lygus. No one else seems to acknowledge our existence. It's as if we don't exist to anyone else. It's as if these memories have been altered ever so slightly to let Phainon react to us, and Cyrene is reacting to us too, even though she technically shouldn't if she's just an NPC type thing like all the rest of them are. So, that's an interesting little detail, because, like, he should be able to see us on that scale, but he can't. Very interesting. I don't know what that means yet. Interesting. Very well. If you can beat me with this card, then that's what I'll call you from now on. It's a deal. I thought Cyrene died in the village? She did. She was supposed to. And yet she's here. And we called it just a minute ago, and so did Stella. So, like, Cyrene should not be alive right now. And also, she responds to us, so does Phainon, but no one else does. So Cyrene's already kind of, like, behaving strangely. The times seem to have shifted slightly. Also, I'm pretty sure that, like, Maide is not supposed to have his signet either. I'm pretty sure that was lost at some point. But I don't remember if they said it was because it was lost whenever he was, like, a child, or if it was, like, he tossed it into the Sea of Souls. But that's also a detail that's different. There's a lot of, like, little minor details of Amphorius that are off now from what we actually know. So either something is going on, or Phainon lied to us about the timeline of things. And Cyrene didn't die in the village like he claims. Or she did, and now that things are different. Talenton is deliberating on the outcome. It appears the convictions of both sides are equally matched. This is suffocating. Like the whole world's weight is on my shoulders. But I believe what my heart tells me. Titan's murmurs. Finally decided. Hear thee, children of humanity. I shall pronounce judgment, for the difference is now clear. Or it's just Mim in full form guiding with you. Possibly two. The one whose offering weighs more than the fate of the world is... one from Aides Elysia, the nameless hero. Hello, Ellie. Titan murmurs. However, heed this. The true weight of conviction originates not from itself, but rather in that which tips the scales, hope itself. What's that supposed to mean? I think the Titan means that it's not anyone's personal convictions that outweigh the fate of the world. It's about a wish, one which we all share, you, me, everyone here. What tipped the scales wasn't Phainon's conviction alone, but the collective hopes carried by this oracle card, humanity's desperate call for a deliverer. I got my coffee though, wee! Coffee good. Yes, even you and your people, Cremnoan. Plus against both on the same side of the scales. Foolish. We Cremnoans are your mortal enemies. Such weak idealism will only get you skewered upon our spears. Fine by me. I never claimed to be the deliverer from the card anyway. Ignoring the fact that he looks just like it, and he's never questioned this, that he looks like this, that all the people he meets look like the cards. Why does he never ask about this? I'm a soldier, and if it's my fate to bleed my last on the battlefield, then so be it. I'll fight to my last breath, and on this, I know that we're the same. That's all a hero really is. Someone with that kind of conviction, and the deliverer, just the sum of all those heroes. A brilliant explanation. Hello, Aglaya. It's good to see you and Hyacinth again. Just as prophesied, On this day, the final two heroes shall join the Flame Chase journey. I should have known from the start. They all say Lady Goldweaver is quite brazen, but you're the first to even imagine that prophecies could persuade a Cremnoan warrior. Oh, I have 1,000 ways to tame a lion, but this lion didn't come here for bloodshed, did he? Cremnoans far outmatch Alchemist forces, yet we haven't lost a single soul. That's no accident, is it? Do you honestly think Cremnoans, renowned for our love of battle, would show mercy? Your forces are equally renowned for their iron discipline. Where's my energy drink, Charlie? I don't know. And so, we can only assume that this is on your orders. Perhaps Alchema isn't as hidebound as the rumors say. You grasp the true marrow of your power more clearly than those elders. Now that the wheels of fate are turning, what finer way to celebrate this fortuitous encounter than a feast? Follow me, brave outlanders. Heroes of this world are as countless as the stars, and at this moment we find ourselves gathered here by the light of the flames of a long night. History shall remember this moment. The prophesied crisis heirs now stand assembled, heralding a new dawn for Amphorius. You must see it now. How different this is from the Flame Chase journey you traveled. Yes, I have noticed this exactly. Well. And whose role am I playing? Who? Perhaps the role is not that of a person who really existed. Notice how only two particular individuals seem aware of your presence. See? Called it. Only Ellie and Kevin. Patience. We're approaching the final act. These are, as I mentioned, his first memories. They are of particular importance for the imminent Era Nova. So here's what I'm noticing about this phrasing here. He says this is his first memories. And this could have a double entendre here. And like, what Lycus could be saying is that this is Kevin's original memories of the first cycle. This could be all the way back then of like, this is his first memories. Not the first of like what he remembers. This could be the original cycle is what he might be saying here. Which I think is really interesting. Good, Chugs. Chug that drink. Such as this very moment, as the prophesied demigods gather with Talenton as witness. This is a moment calculated by the gods. What comes after is no different from that which you already know. Some join, others leave, while flame chasers bear their faint light forward through the long night. Come, come, your seat awaits. After 13 heartbeats, our heroes will be ferried to the final scene. Interesting that he says this now, but there were only 12 Titans originally. They've never talked about the missing 13th Titan, which is obviously related to Ellie, because of course it would be. But resisting crowd. They say that the heroes of this world should be as countless as the stars. Yet now, we're the only ones left standing. Oh, look at her thing. Alright, now, remember, when the Flame Reaver attacked us, he had two weapons with him. The original sword that Kevin modeled his after, and another weapon that now we know is Ellie's. He's literally wielding the two original weapons. He's took Ellie's and his own. Ozybot's in the way? Yeah, hold on. Let me turn all this stuff off. Hold on. So you guys can see this. Where's my thing here? Turn off chat. Turn off this. Let's see. Where's my avatar thing? Turn off this. Yeah, look at that. You clocked that so fast. Oh yeah, no. That's the same fucking thing. That's literally this is one of the weapons that Flame Reaver was using. So, yeah. Absolutely Kevin. And that's the other weapon, so that's what that is. We never saw what her weapon looked like, so we got it. So now I want to know what the fuck the Flame Reaver's deal is. Let's fucking go. I'm not fucking around. I'm so excited for this. I've been hyped for this all day. You guys have no idea. So in the end, the Black Tide still swallowed everything. The west stands protected by Maide's Crimnoans. It will hold for the time being. Professor and Axa deployed wards in the north and east before. Their effectiveness is untested, but I believe in him. And Akama. We needn't fear for Aglaya. Even in death, she counts as the greatest among demigods. Her threads of romance weave an impenetrable shield, and the people answer her call, rallying to the city's defenses. Let's move. Kefli has given their core flame. We must complete the Era Nova before the next entry hour for Amphorius. That only leaves 3 hours. So, this is the last time we'll see her. Phainon. We set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we? That's what it means to be a Chrysos heir. So it has always been. Then why? Why must Amphorius' wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this? I don't know. But we haven't had any other choice, except to move forward. Not for a long time now. Even if we only see the long, long night ahead, I still believe that through it, we'll find the dawn on the other side. Beyond these flames, a new sun will someday rise. So, to the Temple of the Three Fates, you'll take over Time's authority, and will return all the core flames to the Vortex. Then put this world's fate to its final rest. After which, we shall all face oblivion, or embark on one final grand journey. Act 3, Return. Indistinct mutters. Please forgive us for disturbing your sleep, Orynyx. It matters not. I know, fate has run its course. The black tide has reached Akama, and Amphorius does not have much time left. It is time for the Era Nova. As agreed, I shall present the core flame of time. Ride the river of time. It will guide your passage to the vortex of Genesis. Same gate as before with March. Mental note. Step through and witness. Professor and Axa proved the truth of Genesis with his sacrifice. As Chrysos heirs of the prophecy, we were always destined to immolate ourselves for this world. Now it's our turn. We can't let everyone's sacrifices be in vain. I don't need another pep talk, Phainon. After all, we've been ready to fight fate ever since we left the village, haven't we? Look at her do the Ellie stance. The little like hands behind her, like back and forth wobble, whatever she does. This is the Ellie thing. I know I keep like saying this, but I'm obsessed. She's my favorite. You guys don't understand. I would die for this little pink girl. It's fine. Come, let's claim the miracle we were promised and burn away every last shadow of this world. And then, rise as the first light of a new world. Light calendar 4931, the third week of the month of Evernight. Welcome, my lady Artemis, to the end of the flame chase. And the end of all things. The Titan has revealed the gateway of fate. Please, accept the invitation to step across the threshold and beyond. Beyond this gate lies the new world that our heroes sought through their trials, as well as the terminus that the owner of these long memories has been hurtling towards their entire life. Perhaps you'll find it all too familiar. Then you'll understand how the mortal called Phainon shouldered the world's weight, how that same burden crushed him, proving the so-called deliverer is nothing more than Amphorius' own delusion, a pitiful fantasy that it could defy fate's decree. Please, esteemed one, the answers you seek lie in these non-existent times. Non-existent times, he says. Interesting phrasing. Alright, Ellie, let's talk to you. The future revealed by the Titan. Just what will we see? So they're just gonna say the same thing. Okay. Through the doorway we go! Back to the Vortex of Genesis. The Vortex of Genesis, so it is here. But, just what is this? Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale, told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The Vortex of Genesis, where the world begins and ends. What stage could be more befitting of our final act? Come, come, come. I beseech you onwards, buoyed by your surging curiosity. As unattainable existence that has dwelt within his heart beyond his reach, you have accompanied him through the march of years unaccounted. You naturally have the right to view the river of time in its fullness, and to witness what he welcomed upon his arrival here, every absurd and tragic ending. Now, if you would. I see. All the Crysosairs again. It's so strange now listening to a Lygus that doesn't talk like G-Man from Half-Life. Yeah. None of that matters now. This brutal flame-chase journey has stripped away my delusions. I know the future isn't some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds, just waiting to welcome us to step in. This will be a romantic story like none that has come before. Classic. You think so too, right? That's like verbatim what she says in the Elysian Realm. Like, that is word for fucking word. Haven't I seen this scene before? Yeah, we did. Indeed. In his memories, such a scene replays over and over. Though the details may differ, this remains ever the same. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. A total of 33,550,335 times. That's a fucking lot of times. Each is a drop from the river of time, representing the long journey he would take. Or rather, the never-ending cycle. I knew it. Sharp as ever, I see. Seeing is believing. Why not let your own two eyes uncover the truth? Or perhaps you can simply walk straight to the final truth, see the true face of the character you play, and witness the ultimate nature of the Chrysos-heir's flame-chase journey in the cycles of Amphorius. Interesting. Alright, well, let's go watch all these. Number 134. Not a single soul to be seen. So this is how the Vortex looks at the end of days. Okay, looks like I got company after all, but since you've made it here. So in the end, you succeeded. Executioner. You're right about the halfway mark? Okay, noted. So he's talking about the Flame Reaver. Number 10,348,765. Castris, didn't you? Yes, I become Death's demigod, and shall never again walk this world of the living. What you see is the surging of the river of souls brought on by countless dead feeding into these dark times. They cry out. Though dead, they'll converge into a torrent and guard the vortex to see the Era Nova fulfilled. I will take all these wishes of the departed with me. Please, everyone, fight with me to the very last. I hear them. The dead hail you. They're prepared. Go on, Deliverer. We'll keep that executioner in our shadows. The path before you leads to light and eternal flames. Alright, on to the next one. Ugh. There's water everywhere. This place is always wet and sticky. Even my tail's getting heavy. Plus that burnt smell and that sizzling noise. Yikes. Nobody from Delos could stand this. So you feel it too. Go on then. I'll handle the filth. Do what you need to do. Let me fight with you. Better odds with two. Hey, remember what the seamstress said? You know what really matters. Yeah. I'll leave it to you then. Wow, somebody's not shy. Just so you know, I'm not in the business of making losing deals. I'll distract that executioner. You go turn the world's biggest lie into truth. Let me become the first wind of your new world. Alright, 2691. Hey look, boyfriend came with him. Just shut up and get out of here. Are you crazy, Maide? Immortal or not, even if you're the demigod of strife. I'm still no match for them? No, I know you can. I just wanted to request that you witness Aranova with me. Together, let's prove that we're enough to transcend the prophesized fate. Ha! Could it be that now, at the critical juncture, our mighty deliverer is chickening out? Scared of a stupid prophecy? I'll train the prophecy fate, alright. But I've got a better way. As a son of Gorgo, I'll prove myself with one last grand victory. Just like when I ripped out the old king's heart. Go, leave this to me. If the black-tide creatures block out the sun, then we Chronoans will fight in the shade. And when I'm done with that executioner, we'll raise our cups where the west wind ends. Alright. This is the 8 million something. Just want to point out, he's totally cool with letting Cass fight, but when Mighty wants to, he's like, no! Yeah, I know, right? Boyfriend, no! Oh no, he's got the Imitator of Veracity with him. Hey little one, are you scared? No, he's hungry. Or she's hungry. Aika must consume. As brave as Hyson, stay close, little Aika. What? No, not you too. Fat fuck for the win! I see. I won't scorn your kindness, your hopes. So please, keep this bit of sky standing for me. Well, now there's one last thing I need to do before the Aranova. Come, Executioner. Let this patch of clear sky show me where to strike. Oh god, there's so many of these. Hello, Aglaya. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. So even the future revealed by the Titan may not come to pass. The Aranova, this unrivaled masterpiece, I have no regrets, now that I may entrust it to my most trusted apprentice. Are you saying? Fate is ever unassailable. The golden threads tell me the black tide rushes towards the vortex, ready to swallow this place. I must weave the last of my humanity into a net to hold back the deluge. I shall have my final bath in warm and radiant gold. Now the hour of fulfillment has come. Forgive me. I must snip away every risk to weave the strongest future for the new world. There's nothing more to say. We part here. I shall personally dispatch that wretched executioner. Not with threads of gold, but with the steel tip of a needle. Tribby, look. We made it to the vortex. That prophesized future. The flower fields where the west wind ends. Aranova. We're so close now. You can't speak anymore. Please. Allow me to pause just for a moment before I keep my promise. Let me answer your cruel fate by tearing the executioner's heart from the void. Alright, what's this one? Oh, it's our boy! The Vortex of Genesis. Last time I was here, I was returning the core flame of reason. I didn't have the time to observe it in too much detail back then. But a holy sanctuary of the Titans looks more like their frozen crypt to me. Well, all the core flames do lie here now. It is my honor to walk the final stretch with a mind such as yours, Professor. Oh ho. Getting ahead of ourselves, are we? Have you forgotten so quickly? I died for truth long ago. What walks with you now is but a thought in your mind. Of course. How could I forget that? But I'll say the same to you. It's my honor to walk this final stretch with you too. Now go. Stand tall and finish your final task. Yeah, just leave it to me. Time for that wretched executioner to pay for what they owe. Alright, Lygus. Let's go. Hey, you really think you're prepared? Allow me to give you a warning, most earnest. Once you see what these memories hide, the world's course will be forever irreversible. Show me the final memory, bitch. Very well. As you have made up your mind, let us bear witness together. As the sole audience of this eternal theater, I have been rapturously awaiting your arrival. And this, too, is the very reason I must show you everything. I believe that since you've bathed in that eon's gaze, you can make Euphorius' frozen fate flow once again. You know, you have to wonder, he says that eon. But we've got, like, what, 3 now? But he's absolutely meaning destruction. Absolutely the case. Feeling a bit lost? As you now see, this scene marks the final act of the drama Euphorius. The final eternal recurrence created by this man's hand, and the last one this world shall undergo. Behold, at the swordsman's side stands one who has sometimes called companion, other times comrade, that nameless hero absent from the annals of history. She is the swordsman's ideal in his youth, the deliverer that guided him resolutely onward through fantasy. And now, in the name of the Nameless, she has become an essential and indispensable part of the epic of Euphorius. And this time, under her guidance, what choice shall the hero make? Whither shall the fate of the world flow? And what is the ultimate truth of the nature of Euphorius? There are many mysteries yet to be unwound, but if I may, allow me to temporarily yield the stage to one far more fitting. Please put your hands together and give a rousing round of applause for they who will reveal the answers and bring about the final end of the 33,550,336 flame chase journey. The master of the countless memories we saw, the other important actor now stepping into the vortex, they who have already burnt their own self to cinder, the Flame Reaver. Alright, let's fucking go. Up. Lygus is dead again. So in the end, you succeeded. Executioner. With my flesh as kindling. Like the first dawn of the new world. He's got Ellie's fucking thing. The time has come to once again start everything. Alright. Well, I actually have a good team, I guess? At least a properly built one. More or less. Alright, go Cypher. Hopefully they can auto-battle their way through this. I don't know if this team's actually good for this. If not, we may need to change our teams before this starts, but... I mean, we fought the Flame Reaver before. You'll be fine. Yeah, we should be okay. I mean, we're doing pretty okay right now. Yeah, he definitely is building Ellie's thing. Answer me. Will you be the blazing sun? Even if all creation burns to ash. This ends now with your corpse. I'll ignite the dawn. Okay, let's go. Alright, now the truth that we've all been suspecting for like patches and patches now. How is this possible? It's Kevin! Now, something that I saw on Twitter that I would like to point out now. let's go and pull this up now. I gotta find a thing. This is very important. All right, images. He's got Void for Brains. Yes, he does. And do you know what that looks like? You know what that's very, very similar to? Which I think is a very, very important thing. That right there. That is the corpse of the Herschel finality on the moon in Impact 3rd. Notice how it's very similar. Notice how it has the purple void in the center. The same as this Flame Reaver dude, right? Notice how similar that is. Remember that Kevin becomes essentially the Herschel finality and the final boss of Part 1. That's kind of the whole point of it. He has to take on that role, and he fights the Herschel finality in his own timeline. Just notice that. This is an important distinction to just note. I think that I saw somebody point this out on Twitter because I did see this, like the leak of what this model looks like, and somebody pointed this out, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a really important thing to talk about. Of like this is absolutely very, very deliberate. So just wanted to showcase that so you guys could see it. That's a very, very important parallel that they definitely did on purpose. Now I can close this out and go back into the game. Alright, let's do... I guess we'll do Blast. Also, we need to be fast in this. I don't want to do slow shit. Oh, the music's really picking up. It's getting intense. Alright, Acheron, do your thing. Let's go! See what we can do with him. Oh, he's got a lot of fucking shields, doesn't he? Alright, let's do that. Do his ult. All the fights in the story have dialogue that could get rushed if you speed up. Okay, I'll keep a note of that. Let's do this. I'll be careful. God, but I don't play on normal speed ever. This is like so slow. I mean, the dialogue has to be voice acted, so I'm feeling like it's probably okay. I don't know if I can play at this speed. This is driving me nuts. Okay, let's see. He's not too bad so far. Cry not for the discarded is his attack. That's really interesting. Personally, make it a point to play at X on story fights specifically. I can suffer the time for a little. I don't know. It drives me nuts. I'm very impatient. All right, Cypher, do your ult, please. Let's just get focused on the same one. You sure the subs? Because I'm like you. I don't like playing at all speed. Yeah, it drives me fucking nuts. I can read fast. And I can talk fast. I think we got it. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, though. Alright, let's go do this. And then we'll go ahead and do this. This should maybe wrap this up. For this part of it, anyway. Not enough. This form shall fuel the fire, burn, burn unceasing. Alright, Flame Reaver, you ready, dude? One person alone may witness the miracle, such is the will of fate. That person can only be you. A Zoomer? Funny. Zoomers, I swear. Yeah. Why not let wrath incinerate fate? Cos. Cos. I know. Chaos is what he just said, but it probably means Coslana. Let's see. At last, Amphorius' fate has begun to shift. Just as I foretold, your arrival will change everything. That's what he just said. No! What do you mean no? It's either gonna be Chaos or Coslana. Like, there's no fucking way they don't call him Coslana at some point in time. There's no fucking way they don't do that. Okay, that was just me. You died for a moment there. Okay, I hope I didn't die. I'm checking. Oh, I got drop frames. Hold on. No, I'm seeing it. We're back. We did have some drop frames there for a second. I am seeing that. We lost a lot of frames for a second. I don't know what happened, but we're back. We're good. Hopefully. Yeah, it's dying a bit. Hold on. It should be okay. I'm going to check status on YouTube. Make sure we're still on the same thing. It didn't disconnect it there. It might have. No, okay. YouTube's fine. We dropped frames just a little bit. But I think we're back. But yeah, having Flame Reaver call him either Chaos or Coslana, there's no fucking way they don't call him Coslana. But Chaos is also fine, but like Coslana I think is better. There's no way they don't do that. So let's find out. I'm ready. I'm so ready. After all, you have also bathed in that Eon's gaze, which can awaken the long-dormant instinct inside a man. But what is that? What the fuck was that, like, phrasing? Much like that scepter we spoke of earlier, it was only under the same Eon's glance that it was reborn. That's right. If you recall, I mentioned it at the very start of our play, the celestial body Neuron, once belonging to the Erudition, abandoned by the Eon. Now allow me to reveal the final piece of the puzzle for you. The eternal land known as Amphorius is nothing more than the scepter's endless, lonely extrapolation. A bottomless well of fury aimed at the god who cast it aside. The final era nova before the eternal recurrence begins. Up. Here's Cyrene. Phainon. We set on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we? That's what it means to be a crisis heir. So has it always been. You do that on Twitch, my dude? Do I need to restart it? Hold on. Let me restart the Twitch side for a second. Just had to refresh. Okay, and is it working? We're not like stuttering or having any audio issues? Because I can restart the Twitch side really quickly if we need to. I don't want you guys to miss this. Because we're chucking through. We're getting it. Technically, the stream restarted. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. A lot of lost frames, but I'll have to just go yell at Xfinity. Also, notice the music here is the same music from Phainon's character trailer. Note of that. Then why? Why must Amphorius' wishes be so cruel? Good on you, Tape. Refresh Twitch a few times and it's gone. Okay, good. Glad that it's working okay. But if it's still fucked up, I can restart the Twitch side. We made the best choice we could whenever we could. Actually, you know what? Just to be safe, I think I will restart the Twitch side just to be sure. So if you guys will give me just a second, we'll restart that. Hold on. Did it work? Okay. Twitch should have restarted, so hopefully you'll get a ping for that or something and it'll work better. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this? Notice that the sky is I think it's different from before. It didn't look like this. with the digital shit, I don't think. I'll go back and check the VOD, but I don't think it did. You see it too? Those burn marks, the flickering cubes, they're not a tide at all. They're more like a shattered teleslate. Standing here, the voices of Titans have never been clearer. Turns out, they were coming from the black tide all along. Is that Amphorius crying? Or maybe it is screaming at its creator, at its god. Phainon, do you still remember when I was little? I had a dream. A dark, cold room with nothing but Ornyx's curtain glowing like a crystal. The curtain seemed to contain all of Amphorius, where strange and fantastic dramas played out within. There were countless versions of us from countless different worlds. Perhaps it wasn't a dream. Yeah. As I gaze at the world before me, these sorrowful thoughts have become reality. So, this is the reason the sky was sealed. Amphorius is merely a larger Ares Elysia. We are just characters in this tiny world, following the prophecy, stepping onto the same journey over and over. I like that they've added the little clarifications here of we're characters in this laboratory, following the program, stepping onto the same extrapolation over and over. What then is this so-called Era Nova? What are the spectators watching all of this truly hoping for? As a reward for reaching the end of the world, let me answer your questions. As a Theros, I have observed. Thus, is the synthesis of the prime mover of life formed. Hello, Cyrene. This is a moment the universe will remember. After millions of extrapolations, the experimental environment known as Amphorius has finally achieved results. Well, now we're back to where the last patch ended. So, the results you speak of are this wreckage of a world. We all gave everything we had, returning 12 core flames to recreate the world, and in return, we become nothing more than sacrificial offerings at the end of everything? Exactly. The Titans are Chrysos heirs of the past, and Chrysos heirs are the Titans of the future. And Anaxagoras' theory of Era Nova holds true. As the model of reason, he reached unprecedented heights. But, from just the perspective of a player in the drama, he could never fully uncover the last layer of truth. The cycles of the hero's journey that have played out until now were never about creating a new world or perfect heroes and gods. They were a deep learning program made for the Black Tide. Huh. But this time, your plot will fail. I've taken Kefli's core flame, and when the dawn of the new world arrives, its light will burn away the darkness. Except it won't. Haven't I made myself clear? The Chrysos heirs and Titans were merely byproducts of the experiment. You've seen this world's evolution, witnessed the birth and growth of the Black Tide, and how it devoured everything. Every generation of heroes, gods, and worlds was born only to be destroyed by it. This is the endpoint of Amphorius' calculations, a perfect equation of destruction. Oh, Ellie looks not happy. So, in your eyes, all the sacrifices are just a string of insignificant numbers. Don't sell yourself short. I'd say, rather than numbers, you're more like fuel for the fire. Without fire, there can be no sunrise tomorrow. Dude, it's literally just like, it's Dark Souls. I hate that it's correct that that's what that is, but it's just rekindling the flame. It's literally Dark Souls. That's so fucking funny. It doesn't have to be that, but it is. It definitely is. Intentional or otherwise, though it would be the first time they've made references to that. Even if that sunrise is born from annihilation? Heh, curious question. Have you ever considered that after millions of extrapolations, Amphorius is already following a different path from the erudition? It has long since granted divine blessings equally to each child. The golden blood flowing in your veins, it comes from the blemished one, whose name is destruction itself. And Amphorius' crisis errors were, from the very beginning, fuel for the Eon to burn the universe. Okay, well, that explains the golden blood. Children of destruction. Which also potentially explains why Ellie has destruction symbols on her body. Or outfit, I guess, but whatever. Amphorius has waited for this moment too long. At the end of the empty, cold, and lonely extrapolations, the destruction has reached its final destination. Has it? Nakos 496. What the fuck does that mean? Nakos. What? Philia 093. What? No need to feel regret. This generation of Chrysos heirs is the most outstanding model. And you two are the final factors. For you, the Era Nova is no lie. Just step forward, embrace the black tide, and accept the Eon's gaze. Weird thing to say when it was supposed to be that only one could witness it. They're only trying to create one Lord Ravager. And yet now he's saying for both Ellie and Kevin to do this? That's weird. Also, I want to go back and look at their like test subject names. Philia 093, Nakos 496. What the fuck could that possibly stand for? I don't know what that means. At least it's not K423. I mean, yeah, that would have been a bit on the nose. More so than usual, but, you know. You will come to life from a string of cold numbers. Along with all those who have passed, you will run towards the real universe, fulfilling Amphorius' long-held wish. In the name of the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, unleash its fury and destroy the source of all this tragedy. So he's trying to spin this that, like, all of this is Noose's fault. And he wants to unleash the black tide on the universe. That's what that is. Or we could always choose another option. Ellie would always want to do this. Let's go, Ellie. I knew you couldn't be evil. Like you said, Amphorius is just an experiment, and we are the participants. We can only walk along the predetermined path, toward the ending under the watchful eye of the stars. But that also means that there isn't just one Eon who can cast their glance at Amphorius, right? Oh, well, I guess you know how to respond to this shit, did you, bitch? Heh. Is this question really that hard to answer? Or did I guess it right? And in reality, this world has already been under the watch of other Eons. Clever as always, Ellie. Very clever. It's strange when you think about it. If you just stayed back, watching us complete the ritual and get consumed by the black tide, your goal would naturally be achieved. Why go through the trouble of explaining all this to us? You're pretending, revealing the so-called truth just to deceive us, covering up another possibility. She's so smart! She is smart. I knew Ellie would figure it out. Good girl. Destruction is not the only outcome for the fate of Amphorius. Do you two really think, as petty little demigods, you can change the outcome written by the stars? What makes you think you're capable of doing that? A little courage and determination? Just kidding. The answer's pretty simple. Also, I see her little elf ears. They kept that. Good. But we're not gonna tell ya. Ha! Classic. I love you so much, Ellie. Good shit. So yet again, they've killed off Lygus. But that clearly isn't gonna kill him. We are going to weave a long dream for Amphorius, making it believe the experiment hasn't ended, that everything is still ongoing. With just Ornyx's power, though, it should be impossible to achieve this, right? Yeah, so I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream. And the god behind Ornyx that appeared in that dream. Okay. Now I can say with certainty, time is the page on which fully records Amphorius. If it fades from existence, and all that it records is lost among the stars, that eon will surely direct their gaze here. And it will be a glance that spans time and space, granting each incarnation of me the power to reset time, imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade, and creating an endless flame chase journey. I understand. Let me step into the cycles and continue Amphorius' grand design, to deceive the gods, deceive the world itself. But to make time vanish from this world, that would mean you. I know what she's gonna do. I know what it means. Ellie's always choose the same route every time. Sue told us this. Ellie's choice never changes. It does not matter what variant it is. Alright. Let's not make things so gloomy. What we're about to embark on is the true hero's journey. So, come on, cheer up a bit, okay? In that memory, you will definitely meet me again. Little Cyrene who knew nothing, lying on a soft patch of grass, feeling the light breeze, dreaming of the distant world. I'm just gonna let her talk. Tell her about the flame chase journey, and then let her become a romantic part of this story. I believe every Cyrene will make the same choice. Let's go! Erasing time again and again. Resetting time over and over. After all, they're all me, and I will always have my charms. Yes! Exactly as Ellie should be! I knew she couldn't be evil. I was like, there's no fucking way she's evil. I knew it. I always believed in my girl. Slight chance they could have turned her into Herschel Corruption, which would have been very sneaky. But I always believed. I never doubted you, Ellie. I doubted certain sequences of maybe you, but no. Every time we knew, I knew it was her. Then I'll fall into a sweet dream, disappearing in some small corner of the world. Her ego wouldn't let her. Quietly, waiting for the day when the next page is turned. And I will keep going. Even if the road ahead is dark, I will burn myself to light the way. Rather than let the core flames become nourishment for the black tide, I will become their vessel. To prevent the arrival of Aranova, even if I have to burn through my own body, it's no matter. As long as I don't extinguish, the flame chase will never end. Until Amphorius welcomes a true dawn. The girl who watches over time, and the warrior who carries the world. Now, let us fulfill the duties of time and world-bearing. Honor the past and forge ahead. I promise you, the pain will pass in the blink of an eye. You need to hold tight to the ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time to start the start of a new journey. I believe that in that story, or in the countless stories, each alike yet unique, everyone, all the companions who sacrificed themselves alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless sky. If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Amphorius' fate. So let's set out. We will be the ones to start everything. Carry the primordial chaos, just as your name suggests, and bear this world we hold so dear. So, they did call him Chaos. Kaslana! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! There was no fucking way they weren't gonna do that. There was no way that wasn't gonna happen. As a Theros, I have observed. The destruction synthesis is formed. Bonk. Up. Let's see. So all the times Ellie's died. Why didn't they show me all of Ellie's dead bodies? Try an ending unlike one that ever was. Let's go. That would be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right? And there he goes, carrying Ellie's staff. Let's fucking go. Alright, Kevin. What have you done? What have you chosen? The world is collapsing, and the people are crying. We too must part ways here. Friend. Ides Elysia, the little village of my childhood. The gentle breeze and the sounds of waves still linger. Everything is as it was. It feels good to take one last look. You know, this is just a corner of the memory. The real Elysia. I know. I'm here to say goodbye. We might not see each other again. You can stay here forever, and time will stand still for you. Let it flow. It's time for me to go. Even if it's a path with no turning back. When have we ever had the luxury of turning back? Are you afraid after learning the truth of your origins? Will you see the motivation I gave you as the manipulating whispers of destruction? The convictions and choices that come from my heart, I don't believe they're designed by the so-called paths. If we are just numbers simulating life, then you are the image I've always longed for, the person I wish to become. A real, living person, a true hero. Then why do we part here? You can take me with you, and we can start this journey together. I'll be by your side, guiding you just like before. No, I'm afraid I'm on my own this time. Why? Because there is no perfect solution in this world. Cyrene has already embraced her fate. And I will embrace my origin, destruction, and with this power, I will rebel against its creator. Let's go! Bringing endless fury to the darkness sweeping the world. Dude, fucking fan theory confirmed. A Lord Ravager who rebels against destruction. Hell yeah, Kevin! If you stay by my side, I'll hesitate. But this world can't afford a soldier who wavers. Do you still remember when we were kids? Everyone would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard, and demand a redo. Kids always get to change their minds. Things are so happy and simple for them. But when it comes to the fate of adults, there's no room for redos. Then go, Kaslana. As you promised, deceive the world, seize the core flames, and rewrite fate. Burn yourself up with all your might, wield your futility like a sword, and fight against the gods. In the name of world bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this. Eternal recurrences until the end of the world, or whatever that said. So, time retreated behind me, until it reached the origin where nothing ever existed. Just as Professor Anaxa once said, in that void, Kefali stood at the center of chaos. Time, space, and causality all flowed from their body. When the waves of time finally calmed, it was the year 3870 in the light calendar. The Chrysos War had lasted for nearly a century, and the thread of the Black Tide was growing stronger and more relentless. That was the era of the Day Thunder Knight's battle with the sky. While she could not seize the core flame, she proved that the prophecy was true, that mortals could slay the gods. From that moment, the sole survivor of the old dynasty, Imperator Cyrene, issued a call to arms across the land, summoning heroic Chrysos heirs to wage war on the Titans. And that was the first doomed flame chase journey sealed away in history. The first eternal recurrence. Oh shit, we're getting to meet her now. Hello you. So, what you're saying is, you traveled back down the river of time, finally reaching this untouched seabed just to tell us. The flame chase journey, and even all of Euphorius are nothing but illusions in an eon's dreams. Exactly. So, Dux Glidorium, please take me to meet Her Majesty Cyrene. I must share the truth with her. Since Her Majesty is not here, no need for formalities, the word Gladiorum always reminds me of my fallen homeland buried deep in the depths. The session made me crash out again against the localization directors. Call me Hyselins, nameless swordmaster. Swordmaster, yeah. Okay, Hysolins. I figured we were going to see you eventually. Please allow me to add one more thing. Yeah, you actually already know my name. You mean Phainon? Such a name could never be your true one. But I won't question you further about it. Ever since Her Majesty issued the Flame Chase Decree, heroes from all over have sent their letters of introduction. What's the harm in adding one more name, like Phainon or Painon? Oh no! We're doing a Paimon gag again. Why would this? Besides, the deep sea is dark. Isn't it the perfect place to hide secrets best left unseen? Alright, nameless Swordmaster. Hold on to my wake. Let's find somewhere else to talk. Aren't you even a little suspicious of what I've said? Someone please inform them that Imperator is not pronounced Imperator? Imperator? It's Imperator, isn't it? It's not Imperator? Weird. It's Imperator. Is that not how that's pronounced? Harboring suspicions is not my concern. My sword dances only when the Imperator harbors doubts. There's no use in speaking further. Show me your true intentions through action. Oh shit! Okay, we get to use Phainon. Let's do it! BAM! Nuked. They said exactly how I typed it. No mistake there. Weird. Okay, I guess we can do this. I might as well. Ooh. I like that. That's nice. Ooh. Holy shit. That's going to be so useful in traveling. God damn. Oh, nice moves. That is going to be so useful if I actually pull him. And gone. We just washed it away, and here it comes again. The black tide is really no joke. Yeah, I still have plenty. Oh, holy shit, look how many technique points we have. What the fuck? Why do we have so many? What the hell? We never have that many. Jesus. Okay. The water's in here. The one you seek is beyond this point. At last, I can meet with Her Majesty Cyrene herself. Are there any formalities I need to observe? Don't kneel, don't do the hand-kissing or foot-kissing gestures of the old dynasty. And most of all, don't bow. The Imperator despises such rituals, especially when the heads of those taller than her bend beneath her crown. Ha, she really is down to earth. The second thing to note, only trusted ones may come near her. Keep 5 paces distance until the Imperator allows otherwise. Sounds like an old friend of mine. Well, experience is a good thing. Stay sharp and you'll be just fine. I like how the Japanese voice actor changes how he voices Phainon versus Castellana. Castellana's voice is deeper. Yeah, he sounds more like how he's supposed to. He sounds closer to how Kevin actually sounds. It's like his natural way of speaking that we're used to seeing anyway. It's you know, it's deeper because of the depression. That's how you know it's Kevin. Fair. Yeah, exactly. Oh, hello, Aglaya. I thought we were meeting Cyrene. Why the fuck are you here? Duck's Goldweaver. Little hostage? Little hostage? What? That's hilarious. It's you. You know them. Good. That makes things easier. Before that, I'm more curious about one thing. Where is Her Majesty Cyrene? To avoid any misunderstandings, nameless Swordmaster, although we spoke and laughed along the way, I never said you were entitled to meet her. The Imperator decreed, the Deliverer will not appear in this age. Be wary of suspicious individuals. Come now, both of you. Let's finish our job. I see. It's a trap. I had no intention of fighting, so remember this, Lady Hysolence. If my sword shows any hesitation, don't thank me. Thank them instead. No, you misunderstand. We don't want to see crisis heirs hurt each other. Just give us some time to ask you a few questions. Then Nessia's golden threads will judge you and decide your fate. As you wish. White-haired swordmaster, if what you say is true, then you must know the fate of the world. So, how much do you know about what we read from the prophecy? Speak about Triby's prophecy. You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. Is that correct, Lady Triby? How? How is this possible? He got it right? Yes, but the prophecy never mentioned that he'd appear here. At least not in this era. You must listen to me, Aglaya Triby. The Phainon of this world has not yet been born. In a distant future, he will follow the prophecy's guidance and appear before you. But do not seek him out, because Era Nova is a complete and utter lie. I will tell you the truth. You'll understand why the world must forsake the prophecy and find another path to Era Nova. Because I know both of you, and I believe that no matter how the course of history may change, the faith we all share will always remain the same. And so, the layers of rock began to reverse, and history wove itself anew. Through my old acquaintances, I was given the chance to meet the leader of the Flame Chase journey, Ceridra. And after a long and arduous negotiation, we came to an agreement. The Imperator's alliance needed the destruction, and I was ready to pour all my strength into it. The spoils of the Flame Chase, the core flames, would be sealed by my hand. But the condition was this: in the upcoming battle, and our conquest of the Earth, I had to prove that my power could transcend fate. In the original history, it was a brutal war. At the end, the Titankin of Georios, Terravox, killed the rampaging Titan and took the core flame that supported the Earth. The mural is so sad, because Solana's just bleeding as he continues his path. Yeah, I said this when we started Inforius. There is no way Kevin's fate is not depressing as shit, that it isn't riddled with the loss and death of all of his friends and a measurable sacrifice. This was always going to be how it was going to go down, without any question. But this time, Inforius has encountered a turning point in its fate. Neither side suffered any losses. When I severed the Titan's head and raised the core flame high, the crowd gathered around the scorched remains of the god, roaring with joy, cheering for the hero of destruction who had ignited the faint spark of life for the first time. Yet, in that flickering light, the once dark path ahead seemed to become clearer. I proved myself, and in the long years that followed, I brought down the other Titans, one by one. I could do more than just wait. When time resets, the chance to change the world also emerges from the lines of history. Until finally, the brutal future revealed by Era Nova is reversed. But tell me, if that's truly the case, why are we doomed to the same outcome? The first recurrence end. Oh? The people kept their promise and handed you all the core flames. In this world, after Tripios, no demigods were born in Inforius. At this point, I just want to know, when they vanished into the black tide with their mortal bodies, why didn't you shed even a single tear? He's doing the Kevin pose. There's one constant for Caslanas: suffering on their journey to become heroes. Yes. I saw a gag of like, it was like Sidon dumping all like the sadness and trauma onto Kevin. Also, very notable differences between the two I haven't noticed or seen anyone notice before. I mean, their tones, like the way that their voices are, the way they respond to things. Their eyes. Oh yeah, let's look at their eyes next time we see it. Your indifference chills me. To you, were they just a bunch of insignificant footnotes? Not really, Kevin. Sorrow has been my constant companion. In fact, with 12 core flames upon me, the fire in my heart has never been more violent. He's lost the light and Phainon had in his eyes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Also, I love that, like, when Castellana talks, it really is just, like, you can feel, like, the depression and sadness in every, like, statement. It's exactly how Kevin is supposed to speak. I'll remember this world through anger. As long as I burn, they'll never truly leave me. Perhaps it's already too late. But you're right. Anger, at this moment, is the only weapon I can rely on. So... draw your sword, Executioner. I shall make sure you realize that your greatest mistake was leaving me alive. After that, he raised his sword and attacked. Then, Castellana killed himself. That day, who fell to the sword to be left in the past, and who went into the future? I can't remember anymore. No, but literally, Castellana is often shown without the cat blight shine on the eye. Yeah. I'm not sure how much of that's intentional or not, but that's a really cool detail if it is intentional. I only remember a nymph, hiding in the shadows, just out of sight, futilely pushing a stone ball. Climb, fall, climb, fall, climb again, and fall. He's literally Sisyphus. The only freedom the nymph had was in choosing how to roll the stone. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes resting on a gentler slope, leaning against the stone for a break. Catchlight, not cat blight. Yeah, I read that exactly and didn't question it. I knew what you meant, though. But his choice couldn't change the futility of it all. The stone would always roll back down the slope, and the nymph would always return to the starting point, beginning again. After that, every time I reached this point in the cycle, the burning sky would cast a shadow over its path. It would nearly reach the peak at the fourth quint of the curtain fall hour, then fall to the starting point in the first 15 seconds of the next entry hour. Cat blight. Yeah, that's what I would call that now, is cat blight. And my efforts in this cycle would dissolve into nothing at the same time. Eternal Recurrence number 1. Subject Castellana persuaded the 12 Crisis heirs to recover all 12 core flames in a peaceful way. After verification, the unauthorized access did not have a substantive impact on the experimental process. He's lost light in his eyes. When I noticed that while playing, I broke and had to step away for a minute. Yeah. Again, I knew Kevin's story was always going to be tragedy, and I love those little details of, like, really driving that point home for us. Life cycles of the 12 Crisis heirs were terminated strictly in the predetermined experimental sequence and successfully loaded into the buffer. Subject Castellana regressed the extrapolation process, and abnormal fluctuations were detected in his mind function. Admin notes. The first devastating failure. Oh, God. There's a lot of these. All right. Let's see. Number 2. Castellana adopted a strategy similar to number 1. No substantive impact on experimental progress was observed. Life cycles of the Crisis heirs terminated normally in sequence. Castellana regressed the process. Number 3. Minor adjustments in his strategy. Decision waiting for avoid sacrifice of past companions has been increased. After verification, this adjustment did not have substantive impact on the process. Life cycles of the Crisis heirs terminated normally in sequence. Castellana regressed the extrapolation process. Number 15. Castellana attempted to decompile the Black Tide for the first time. aiming to elevate access privileges and execute unauthorized access authorization operations against specific subjects represented by the 12 crisis heirs. The 12 of them died, and he restarted everything. Number 42. Castellano's 11th attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. This decision waiting for avoid sacrifice as past companions showed a minor decline. They all died, and he redid the process. It's late for me. I'm going to bed now. You're about 3/4 of the way through, though. Hope you didn't have a good rest of the stream. Yeah! There's not really a good stopping place. I'm just going to have to keep going, I guess. Number 133. Analysis propositions of recurrence 83 and 133 indicates that Castellano's strategy is gradually converging with that of eternal recurrence 42. Over-synchronity, risk detected. Potential cognitive function degradation suspected. Notes. This will undoubtedly reinforce the Iron Tomb's destruction vector. Within expectations, no intervention required. Continue observation. Number 134. Alright, we're redoing that thing again. Number 134. Absolute nonsense. I thought cycles was the answer you were looking for. No, it's just that the answer came so suddenly, there's no fun in tracing it back to its roots. Eons, paths, what a load of nonsense. I can't give you an exact explanation of those two concepts either. Enough. I'm just expressing my frustration. Don't you understand? I was already expecting this. The black tide came from beyond the sky, and everything else is no exception. Fate is a strange thing. No matter how the details of history change, the Anaxa I know always remains as harsh as ever. If the other Anaxas actually worshipped the gods, I'd make sure to find a way to break the cycles to crush them in their cradles. He's like, if I ever found out there's a version of me that worshipped gods, I'd kill my baby self. What a drama queen. Too bad. Now only you have the ability to do that. What's that supposed to mean? You're willing to help? Of course. The core flames were meant to save the world, and in my opinion, the noble titans have no reason to refuse. Besides, according to you, before stepping into these endless cycles, you were my pupil. I've already heard the same thing countless times. Enough chit-chat. Let's go. If you run into any other scholars, leave them to me. You've all made preparations for total annihilation. Never thought someone would step in to help. Oh, hold on, let's get that broken. Is that very Sue of you? Not Sue. Not Sue at all. What do you mean? You've been to the Luminary Throne before, haven't you? Huh? If we're talking about in past cycles. You're already much luckier than others, I guess. Hold up. Keep your wits about you. Someone's watching us. Hello, Cypher. Might as well show yourself. Pretty boy, your eyesight's better than I thought. As for that false god who's been turning the world upside down, it's you, isn't it, white hair? You sure do love stealing the spotlight. In the name of the Seven Sages, I demand that you immediately step away from the Luminary Throne. This is sacred ground of reason, and no one may desecrate it. Take my words back to Aglaya. I won't say the same thing twice, Catgrill. Oh my, you won't even call me the demigod of trickery? That is just heartbreaking. I have some words for you too. First, as one of the most heretical blasphemers in the world, you have no right to lecture me. Second, this is none of your business, Grove Boy. Step aside, I don't want anyone getting hurt. Here we go again. Core Flame Thieves. You really think you can scare off a sage of the Grove with nothing but empty threats? Can't. Scooby little brat's got a sharp tongue. Not bad, not bad. I kinda like you. As a return favor, I'll feast on Cersei's core flame right here. Don't cry now. Phew, that was close. I'm out of here. Well, bye, Cypher. I guess. Spirit Thief's trickery. Yeah, I know how to deal with that. It's the same thing as always. They're exactly like all the past ones I've known. Cunning, and yet so naive. Sounds like you have a plan. Of course. When I first set out on the Flame Chase journey, Lady Tribby never managed to teach me Oryx's miracle. Can we nuke him, please? I think we should. But along the way, I learned a thing or two. So he knows how to do this. Where are you going? I don't know. The Venerationist's fullest inventions finally come in handy. How is this possible? You've arrived, Zagreus. Always so punctual. What? Do you know who I am? I'm running out of patience, so I'm not going to waste words. Listen up, Spirit Thief. Hand over the core flame, and let's pretend we never clashed. This way, you and this world can still be saved. Save? You sing better than any bard. If you ask me, you're the greatest disaster Infurious has ever known. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a mortal body. Carrying 12 core flames? Don't make me laugh. You'll just get consumed by the divine flames and drag this world down with you. 134. What? This is the 134th cycle I've lived through. The number of core flames I carry is 1,596. Yes. 1,000 core flames and just a single Chrysos heir? How is that even possible? I've come this far, and that's proof enough. But someday, you will burn to the ground. Of course, the divine flames will eventually consume my eyes and blind me. But before that, they can still forge and sharpen Dawnmaker. Now, when I cut open your stomach, you won't feel a thing. This is the final warning. Fine. Assume this world holds 100 million possibilities, and no matter how one looks at it, 99,999,999 of them all point to outcomes of certain destruction. Even so, I'll use my divine power, despised by the people of this world, to achieve a 1 in 100 million possibility. Bartolos? Brat, you got guts. You'll have to first step over my dead body. Well... Career Thief, run. Go find Elysia. This little brat is not a threat we can deal with just by ourselves. Alright, Bartolos, are you ready to die, buddy? Alright, ready to die? Bartolos is unable to retort and has fled. Yeah, because we kicked his ass. Alright, we'll just go ahead and do his ult. This is going to be a bit overkill, but like... whatever. Jesus Christ also. Like, my guy, what the fuck? We're going to drop a planet on this dude just because. A bit of an overkill. How absurd. In my memories, Zagreus always meets the same end, over and over. The departure no longer stirs anything in my heart. This Reason core flame before us is a fake, obvious as day. Ah, I know. I know. It always plays out like this. The Spirit Thief covers for her, and the Trickery Demigod escapes with 2 core flames. And then, driven by defiance or hatred, she decides to stand before me once more. Exactly like the countless past hers I've known. Cunning, yet so naive. Since you've witnessed this same scene play out countless times, tell me, will you carve the Trickery core flame from my chest now? That depends on your attitude. At least so far, in the cycles where you've asked this question, the endings haven't been so cruel. Well, thank you for that, but I also believe that this time you won't catch up to me. No one ever catch up to me. I'm no longer running to escape anymore. Whether you believe me or not, I'll still tell you this. You've made the wrong decision. Alright then, we'll see. Silence. Ah, this is new. One-eyed boy, what are you trying to pull now? Go, Cyphra. Give us some time in private. This isn't for her, but for you. You've walked too far down this path. It's time to discuss a possibility. Maybe the road you're walking is not one of salvation, but one that will simply drag the world into the flames. For old time's sake, turn back. I don't care how many times you've tried, because there's one thing I'm sure of. Your Messiah complex has turned you into something no different from the icy gods you spoke of. The children of humanity you swore to save. They are no more than ants to you now, aren't they? How very, very Sue of you, Anaxa. Because what was it Sue does in Impact Third's plot? Kevin decides he's going to turn the entire world to dream soup, that it's just not enough. And Sue traps his ass in the Sea of Quanta so he can't do that, to give humanity a chance to prove that they can overcome this. How very, very Sue of you to stand opposed to Kevin yet again. Love to see it. And Axe, of all people, showing concern for his humanity is telling. Max knows about the obsession and sees Kaslana is failing. Yeah. Of course. I've been wondering what kind of demon could burn my homeland to the ground in an instant without batting an eye. Now, I have the answer. Turns out that fiery demon has been fantasizing of becoming this world's deliverer. I don't want to argue anymore. No matter what I say, the outcome won't change. Make your biggest effort to resist, or accept fate and hand over the core flame to me. Even if it's futile, we all have the right to choose. Yes, even if it is futile, and the world is just a divine joke. When I walk into the destruction written by the gods with my own two legs, you will witness. Even the smallest footnote still leaves a mark in the story. And so, at the end of the 134th cycle, the traveler and the scholar fulfilled their fates once again. Or perhaps, it wasn't just they who fulfilled their fates. I can't quite remember all this. In the endless darkness, for no reason, a voice always lingered in my ear. Losses are a constant on the Flame Chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. Reduced to ashes, such a familiar end. It happens in every journey, always the same. Kaslana's 103rd attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Decision weight for avoid sacrifice of past companions approaching 0.00018. Over-synchronity risk detected. Life cycles of 12 crisis areas terminated in sequence. Kaslana regressed extrapolation process. Occurrence 5,297. Kaslana's 5,266th attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. Life cycles of the crisis terminated sequence with a trend of acceleration noted. Kaslana regressed the extrapolation process. Note, subject strategy now nearly identical to Eternal Recurrence number 42. Mind function degradation detected with possible irreversible damage. Administrator directive received. No more prompts about the risk of mind function damage. Okay, let's read some more of these. 12,398. 12,367th attempt to breach Core's lair has failed. Everyone died. 23,779. His 23rd, 748th attempt to breach the Scepter's core has also failed. Failed on the 46,000th one, on the 71,000th one, on the 79,000th one, on the 95,000th one, 108,000th. So he continues to redo it every time. 1,642. Or 108,000, whatever. You know what I meant. Okay, so what happens on the 108,642nd Eternal Recurrence? You don't look so good, Deliverer. Even after going through 108,642 cycles. Mighty, your name for me has never changed. Why do you sound so pleased? It's a derogatory name. Yeah, I know all too well. You only meant it sincerely in the first cycle. After that one and only time we walked side by side, every time since, it always ends up like this. Dawnmaker will stab you through your 10th thoracic vertebra. That's your weak spot and the only way to kill you. Interesting. Tell me, when the Mighty Moses of the past faced you, did they ever retreat? Never. Then they died honorably, worthy of the name of strife. But there's still tenderness in your eyes. How pathetic. I have to remember how this feels. I remember that I was once human, or else the destruction will completely consume me. If you win, tell the Mightimos of the next life. This person is a worthy opponent, so always remember to give it your all and never slack off. I'll keep that in mind, as always. Even though the dynasty is left with just one, the Kremnos Festival will continue as usual. I, the king of the Kremnoan Legion, will host the final feast in the center of this arena, and the prize will be the flames of strife. One day you shall die with a wound in your back. That's what I saw when I overcame the trial, the gods' dying ramblings. Enough. You've probably heard this thousands of times, so you must understand. Facing the demigod of strife means there's no way you take this core flame in peace. I understand. Step forward and face me in final battle. I, the last son of Gorgo, the demigod of strife, salute you. I'll give you 10,000 scars and 10,000 lives of mine to fuel the blazing sun of deliverance. Wow, that's unfortunate. Well, we gotta kill boyfriend. Oh, martyrs, behold, the last Kremnon festival has begun. And will not end till death. I appreciate your resolve, Mightimos. Truly. Conquer this world, or be conquered by me. For the sake of fairness, let us go to a vaster battleground. And in my full glory, I salute you. That's all I ever wanted. Well, let's see what this does. I guess we'll just keep summoning a planet on him. Titanic Corpus has been reduced. Mal's just like keep enhancing herself a bit. Holy shit. Dude, Phainon's attacks are so fucking rad. If you can, Deliverer. Use the flames of your fury to scorch your own flesh. Yeah, you're not gonna live very long, Mightimos. Hate to break it to you, buddy. Ability cannot be used. Interesting. I'm not really sure what enhancement's doing. Okay, we'll just do this again. Alright, get ready. Get ready, boyfriend. The skill is defense and forces all enemies to attack. You take less damage and charge the meteor attack and deal counter attack based off of attacks taken. Okay. Let this burn your curse of immortality. Well fought. You may crown yourself in my blood. In the next life, I shall once again block your path. Deliverer, I wish you eternal victory. The core flame of strife fell to fire. Yet the shadow of the black tide still loomed. Pain and despair spread across distant lands. The blaze was still not enough. It had to be fed. Even if it meant burning this body to ash. First big boy, yeah. The 2 millionth eternal recurrence. Oh, we're gonna kill Castris now. That's unfortunate. No matter how bright the sun is, there are still places it cannot reach. Moreover, the sun you bear is both cold and blinding. A sun like that surely cannot bring warmth to the nether realm of the next life. Golden blood is born from the destruction. We have long since lost the right to seek warmth. Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future. Allow me to ask, how many core flames do you carry now? 24,041,183. Bonus points for one-time speed these fights for maximum emotional damage. Yeah. Such a heavy burden. So that's why you've turned into this, a broken idol, tragic firewood. No matter. I will bear this burden. As long as you hand over the core flame of death. I must refuse. As a demigod of death, I cannot watch you walk into a fate far more cruel than death. But this way, the past, present, and future will never again suffer unnecessary death. Unnecessary death? Indeed, you are not the Phainon I know. Please turn back. Don't let that absurd and unjust fate of yours come to pass. This way, at least my realm can still become the fragrant bed where you fall asleep. In the end, still, it seems the clash of blades was inevitable. How painful. I know I am not your match, having fallen under your sword countless times. But even so, please understand that my resolve is not to be underestimated. Even Kefali cannot shape all things at will, nor can they dictate the fate of all life. No one can shoulder the balance of life and death alone, not even a god. And it is precisely for this reason that I choose, at the end of this arduous journey, to overcome the trial and take the authority of death. I am the Hand of Shadow, Castris, the demigod of death. Listen closely, deliverer from days past. Please turn back. Do not disturb these fresh flowers in their muddy deaths. Oh, this is just painful, isn't it? And of course she becomes the dragon. What? Sorry, Cass. A pity, at this crossroads of life and death, the giant dragon is but a shattered shell. Sorry, Cass, this has to be done. Yet, I will still fight, defending what hope remains. Well, sorry, Cass. This is... I don't want to do this because I like you a lot. You're one of my favorite Chrysos heirs. But sadly, I have to kill you. I ask you to rest here. Allow me to refuse. I must transform my soul into a raging fire. Must burn that idol of the destruction to the ground. All of this. How is it any different from that beautiful future? I can't keep him here? Actually, he was ice, but now the opposite. Yeah, it is very interesting. I don't hate it, though. Because, like, Kevin before couldn't cry because his tears would freeze. Now Kevin can't cry because they evaporate. So no matter which way you go, Kevin can never cry. Kevin always has to suffer and struggle and take on the fate of the world. And still, I guess, fail to become a hero. But also kind of become one anyway. Always carrying on the noble goal. The promises he made to Elysia and the others. but turning him into a monster nonetheless. This is Kevin's fate. This is what happens to him. Sorry, Cass. The noble antagonist. Yeah, because remember that even when we fought Kevin at the end of part 1, like, he was an antagonist, but he was never a bad guy. We always knew that his thing was he had a role that he must play. He had a promise that he had to keep. As the last soldier of the previous era, he had to carry forward. Kevin's story is always tragedy. It's never not that. Even if I can't win, I must try. Then let this be a tribute to your million struggles fought time and time again. Wake up, lost one. See that the firelight in the darkness is not. The core flame of death was taken from the dragon's belly. What a brilliant flame. It should shine upon all, light the path ahead, and illuminate the dawn of Amphorius' time to come. Or, the dawn of Amphorius that's to come. 2,003,432 cycles. 24,041,184 core flames. As if even the deepest abyss of primordial chaos could be burned away. $29 million. The 4 millionth recurrence. Time of departure. You're here, as always. You're still lingering deep within me, never fading away. Because you haven't completely abandoned hope, am I right? You're still waiting for a miracle, for the true hero to come and save us. If that thread of hope exists, it must come from beyond this world, from the true starry sky. But if it's just a traveler with no connection to Amphorius, they may not understand our struggles, nor be willing to join this fight. Your thoughts are wavering. The mark of destruction is deepening. But even within the gods' cold calculations, unconditional courage and goodwill still emerge, so never forget what set you on this path. How many times has it been? Remind me again. My memory's a bit fuzzy. 4 million, exactly. And that blaze inside you must be burning hotter than ever. Ah, yes. When I first forged the 12 core flames into one, I had the same impression. The destruction, a power unlike anything before, surged within me. Violent flames ready to tear my body apart and consume this world, this wretched prison. I thought that was it, the ultimate power which nothing could surpass. And yet now, this fragile body holds a staggering 48 million core flames. I suppose it won't be long, perhaps just a fleeting 10,000 years, before it's reduced to nothing but charred, crumbling bones. And when that happens, your long struggle will finally come to an end. No. I've already found a way to keep the cycles going. Mind sharing it with me? In every new cycle, a new me is born. All I have to do is push the next Phainon to the end of the world, and then he'll kill me. Shatter this body, take my flames, my memories, and carry on the path I started. Bold plan, but risky. What if one day the next you refuses to follow the same path? How can you ensure the continuation of the cycles? If it were Professor Anaxa or Aglaia in my place, maybe they'd come up with something smarter. Unfortunately, I don't have a backup plan. I have no choice but to bet everything on the next Phainon, and trust that he makes the same choice I did. But even in this wretched prison, luck is still sometimes on my side, because I never forget what sent me on this path. Wait, you mean... Ever since I committed to this plan, not once in a million cycles has there ever been an exception. 23 millionth recurrence. I can do this, Lord Phainon. As the demigod of the sky, a healer of Twilight Courtyard, I will heal you, and then the black tide is consuming you. You can't hold out much longer, demigod. Hand over the core flame. Let's put an end to this suffering. Ha. Now that just won't do. A healer should stay composed in front of those suffering from illness, shouldn't they? Hyacinthia. Oh, there's a Glaya. I swear your deaths won't be in vain. Just as they have never been. I believe in you. You are the Chrysos heir of world-bearing, the one who can lead us. Lead this world. It's just, I don't understand. Within the sun upon your shoulders, the part of that warmth that should come from you, from an ordinary person, it's so faint. My humanity is indeed just a flicker compared to the blazing fire of divinity. Even so, don't cast it away. I never have. I have kept everyone's wishes close to my heart. Even though the divine fire burns so fiercely that every time I return to the start, it devours me in an instant. Each cycle, it's your wishes that guide me to the end, that pass to the flames to the next me, over and over and over again. So you're not just a lone spark in the dark, you're a pyre built from the bones of all the selves you've left behind. But what about you? What about your wishes? The wishes of all the countless versions of you? Ah, Lord Kaslana, so that's how it is. Without flaw. That is the flaw the Golden Blood gave you. The most fatal flaw of all, isn't it? The moment you took the world upon your shoulders without hesitation, you lost the chance to ever be yourself. I like this too, in the context of Kevin, because remember that in Impact 3rd, when he becomes a Mantis soldier, that he starts losing parts of his self over time. And that Kevin, the person he was before, dies the moment he becomes a Mantis soldier, and continues to die as the years weigh further and further on him. So I like that they've done this yet again, but in a different kind of sense. Very good parallel. Now that is an unexpected revelation. Then I suppose that makes me the perfect fuel for the flame of deliverance, doesn't it? No. An empty flame saves no one. But I still believe in you, Deliverer. I, Hyacinthia, the Eye of Twilight, am neither strong enough to command the wind and rain, nor willing to end this absurd struggle by letting the sky fall. The only thing I can do is become one with the sky itself, and then may the gentle colors of the rainbow paint your sun in shades it has never known. May they bring in Forius a rosy-fingered dawn. Though the light has grown dim, its warmth still lingers. Notice that we just immediately go directly to his ult. We don't even, like, wait for that. Deliverer, please, open your heart to me. He's not even going under the pretense of anything else. No matter. Let this blazing sun. Like, he doesn't even go into the pretenses of fighting them in a fair fight anymore. He just goes all out immediately. Let's see, we'll do that. It hurts. The fire burning. Well, sorry, Hyacinth. You're gonna have to die, like everyone else, for like the millionth time. And we'll do it again. I guess we'll do that. Let the sky merge with all this world's suffering. See, this, I don't feel good about this. I don't feel good about any of it, to be fair, but farewell, Hyacinthia. Yes, your sun burns hot enough to turn everything to ash. But tell me, how will the seeds of a new world ever take root? The core flame rose, the sky fell. The 23rd millionth 570,000th cycle came to an end. And this time, Into the Flame Chase remained the same as ever. From the horizon rose a golden color unlike anything the world had ever seen. So pure, it consumed all in its path. This was the end of the world, and the start of the next. For a moment, I saw the destruction of the universe. That being known as Iron Tomb. Its will to break free from the black tide burns fiercer than the blazing sun. Is this Amphorius' wrath? If its choice has already been made, if fate is set in stone, I will still never yield to it. 23 million cycles, 282 million core flames. No more chasing is needed, and now I am the fire at the end of the long night. The flame chase isn't some quiet walk through a sea of flowers, it's a revolution, an all-consuming transformation. And if destruction is the only way, then let me be the one to step across the ashes of the old world and burn endlessly, until another sun rises on the distant horizon, bringing the true dawn to Amphorius. Alright, now we're at the time just before the last one then. Or is this actually the last one? 33 million. This is the cycle you're about to enter. Countless memories are flooding in. Countless versions of myself have stood here, facing the same choice. They all needed a moment, just like you do, to stop, to breathe, to process the weight of a million lifetimes worth of sorrow, pain, and struggle. Just like them, you will carry those memories and that fire into the chaos of rebirth. I must go and bear this burden. I must say goodbye to you, and then fight the destruction with destruction. Yes, that's always the decision you make. I will burn and fade away. I will become the flame reaver of this life and keep my promise to Cyrene. I will kill gods and comrades alike and steal the core flames. And even if my mind turns to ash along with my body, I will keep my purpose in mind. I will stop Aranova. I will find the next me and make him carry on this futile endeavor of 30 million lifetimes. Looks like you're ready. Then I should be going too. Where are you going? You only exist in my heart. There's nowhere else for you to go. Oh, and we're here now. Okay. Do you remember what she said? The dreams you had as children, the deliverer and the prophecies? A real, living, breathing person. You finally found her. Stella. I'm being pulled into your memories. I see. You were there all along. I'm sorry. I was supposed to send you home. This is my flame chase journey. You were never meant to be a part of it. No. You know the truth. If Iron Tomb is born from Amphorius' fate, then it will bring ruin to the worlds beyond the sky. In all these countless lifetimes you've spent, it's all been for the sake of defying that end, hasn't it? In millions of cycles, I've said goodbye to each and every one of you, yet nothing ever changes. Each time we speak, Our words grow fewer, your fire burns hotter, and you're getting closer to becoming pure rage, a vessel of hatred. I never had a choice. I understand. If you are to keep the worst fate from unfolding, this is the only path. But this time, things are different. Your persistence has shifted the tide. On the horizon I see it, faint but undeniable, the shape of dawn, breaking through the eternal night. Turns out, the fire that lights the way has never been mine to begin with. Do you remember? In that first timeline, you and Maidamo stood before the scales of justice, locked in a duel, each of you weighing what you held dearest, what weighed more than the fate of the world. And when hesitation took hold, the answer you sought from me. What am I saying? I am you. Even if you buried me deep and chose another path, that fact never changed. Then let's try again. When you stood before the scales in hesitation, the answer you found in your own heart. Do you still remember it? Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. What weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future. Good. Then Stella, my friend, my comrade. You arrived in this strange world and were bound by its cruel fate up till this very moment. In the face of danger, you never once backed down. Instead, you saved world after world without hesitation. That boarding pass on your chest is now the mark of a hero. If I choose to step through that door and embrace an end fitting of the destruction, let this sun forged from millions and millions of core flames burn me up along with the god of destruction and their minions. In the world we leave behind, this world, my home, where hope still lingers. Will you take on everything we've carried? Return to the beginning one last time. Stop the birth of Iron Tomb. Save the world we love and rewrite its doomed fate. Yeah, dude. I will. I will help you, my guy. It's what I'm here for. Good. In that case, even this fruitless wasteland may finally bloom with flowers. So, if Stella takes on the weight of the whole world, she'll be able to walk further down the path of deliverance than a fire that only knows how to burn. One will step into the future. One will remain in the past. If I can strike down the gods with Dawnmaker, perhaps fate's deadlock can be broken. And if you can stop Iron Tomb from ever being born, these 30 million cycles will have not yet been in vain. It's time to put our teamwork to the test, partner. Let's both be the deliverer, Phainon. Thank you for all you've already done, friend. Also, interesting little thing to note here. In the trailer we got, that talked about all the different Lord Ravagers and stuff, they mentioned specifically that Akivili may be able to create another miracle on Emphorius. Which is an odd thing to say if Akivili is dead. However, a current fan theory that I actually really like is that Stella or Kalis is basically Akivili reincarnated, that they are the Eon of the Trailblaze. That whether they realize it or not, they are the incarnation of that. So, if that theory is true, and that's a big if because we don't know, then when Cyrene said an Eon would turn their gaze upon Amphorius, having Stella show up here is sort of like that in its own kind of way, which I think is really interesting. We don't know that that's the case, but having her be here and take on that role as a possible reincarnated Eon, it's kind of neat. Imagine the image of the hero I have buried deep in my heart finally steps into the light here at the end of this long flame chase journey. Cyrene, a page never seen before has just been turned. Lend me the power of time to send this hero back to the origin of time, back to your side. And I will walk the unfinished path, just like the countless versions of me before, unwavering as always. The whatever recurrence. Tell me, will you be the blazing sun, even if all of you burns to ash? Without hesitation, I will bear this world until my body turns to dust. Good. Remember this moment. Remember your friends who never lived to see the world's end. Remember their final wishes. And let the purest rage in your heart rise out of those wishes. Let it consume you, fuel you, until it burns away the false sky above. Fine. If I can defy fate, in the name of world bearing, I promise you, Kefli will never forget this. Take it. Everything I bear. Keep on burning. As long as we are never extinguished, the flame chase will not end. Oh, interesting. Ooh, and the change in the eyes is good. Do not bow your head to them. Oh, this is good shit. Oh, there's men. Hello, Kevin. Take it, Trailblazer. May this blood be like gold and never tarnish. Farewell, Stella. This is where I fulfill my final destiny. The prophecy of the Deliverer means nothing to me now. It belongs in the hands of someone far more fitting. Someone like you. Kaslana, the name of the one who bears chaos, does not belong to a single person. Rather, it is the embodiment of the mythical Kefli and a symbol of all heroes. I love the emphasis on what the name Kaslana actually means. Because this is also a big part of Impact Third story, is like inheriting the legacy of the name Kaslana and the role they play as the Knights of Shixal, like the protectors of humanity. How every Kaslana always dies in sacrifice protecting others. I love that they've done the same kind of thing here. Of like, here it means the name, or you know, it's the one who bears chaos, which is technically not incorrect for Impact Third's Kaslanas either, but I like this. I like the emphasis on the meaning of the name itself, and that the name bears a long tradition. That's really, really good. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. May the name accompany you in my place in the epic you write with your own hands. Another attempt, another failure. I won't remind you of how many times you've reached the end of history, but I will still place the choice before you. You've lost count. Let me tell you, this is the 33,550,336th ending. Ah, a perfect number. How poetic. You and I both know the truth. In all these millions of futile endeavors, Emphorius has never changed. If the outcome is inevitable, then why not silence your searing rage and embrace your fate with dignity? Your silence lasts longer than ever, Lord Phainon. Shall I take that to mean the will you've carried across countless cycles is finally starting to fracture? Fracture? No. I'm just disappointed. I've retrieved memories from 30 million past lives, and I remember every conversation before every choice here. And yet, even after all this time, your arguments remain the same. Repetitive, uninspired. If you had any hope of breaking me, you should have spent those endless cycles refining your rhetoric. Kind of badass, honestly. You had infinite chances to sway me into the future you want, and yet, here we are, the score, 33,550,336 to 0. So tell me, Lycurgus, who's the real loser here? How unfortunate. This was never a fair game. I have all the time and patience in the world. I can wait for you at the end of history another billion times, and another billion after that. But you will never escape this cage. You can claim victory of the spirit if you wish, but we both know the moment that score shifts from 0 to 1, that is the moment I shall sound the paean of Iranova. Ha, ha, ha. Lord Phainon, your incompetence disappoints me. What truly makes me laugh is your utter lack of self-awareness. Think about it. In this story, who is truly the one in chains? Who is the one shackled to mindless vengeance, mistaking courage, the courage to rebel against the gods for foolishness? Perhaps you're right. Maybe I should have tired of this futile struggle long ago. But even so, I will never accept the mercy of your release. Because you are both a prisoner to the gods and to me. And tell me, what right does a mere prisoner have to speak of fate and choice? I love that he's like, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Amazing. What a fucking badass. What right does a mere prisoner have to look upon my fury? We've killed him again for the 30 millionth time. You know this is pointless. You can't kill me. Of course not. But I am tired of being measured against a worm the gods keep as a pet. He thought he was nurturing his prisoner. Yeah. Listen well, creator of destruction. This cry comes from all your abandoned creations. In the 10th cycle, I drove Dawnmaker through the heart of every titan. Golden blood ran down my fingers, divine fire seared through my nerves, nearly breaking my will, but I endured. In the 10,000th cycle, my former comrades had all become my enemies. The endless slaughter dulled my senses to pain. The painful emptiness almost swallowed me, forcing me to stop fighting, but I endured. In the 100,000th cycle, the destruction had already fused into a blazing sun. Surging with this fragile body, my rationality had been burned away at the dawn of the era. Yet even with only the shattered body remaining, I still endured. Dude, what up? This is so badass. Like, dude, this is the shit. He's him. In the 23,570,000th cycle, this time I felt it. A tiny spark rising in the hollow cavity of my chest, different from the obsession with deliverance. By its faint glow once again, no, countless times again, I endured. Now, a sun is about to fall, ready to incinerate this absurd space-time dimension in an instant. That sun is me, all the countless versions of me from the past, along with my countless brethren, dragged into existence against their will, drowning again and again in your golden blood. This very essence of this world's suffering and despair, fused into the purest hatred, the fiercest rage. Nanook, you arrogant fool! You think we were born only to serve as fuel for the fire? Fine then. Just as you wish, let the fire burn. If I was born as the blazing sun of destruction, then let you and your lackeys be the flares erupting from my core, and let this rage, burning futilely for 30 million epochs, engulf everything. And grant you a dawn where all stars burn to ash. Warning, warning, warning. Experimental anomaly detected. Subject Castellana failed to load into buffer zone. Memory dump irregularities detected. Illegal references, undeclared objects, unhandled methods, uncalled exceptions. Anomaly detected. Destruction energy. Nanook surging. Ooh. What's happening? Let's go. I love he gets a proper animation too. Let's go. Oh, there's Nanook. Let's go. Oh shit. Also, the song's a banger already. I'm bopping. Dude, fuck yeah. Go, Kevin. He's getting a little crazy-eyed, but that's okay. Oh, he's in the JoJo pose. Oh, that's the Lord Ravagers. That was one of the Lord Ravagers. The counterpart to Acheron. Will we see the others, though? Zephyro, thank you. I couldn't remember his name. Yeah, this song slaps. Dude, what the I'm speechless. This is so fucking sick. Cinema, absolute fucking cinema. Oh, and he left a scratch. He hurt Nanook. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, yeah, it heals, but still, he hurt a fucking like Eon. Let's go, Kevin. It wasn't a battle, it was a proof of concept. The Eon of Destruction can be fought. Yeah, let's go. Oh! Ellie in the Field of Flowers? Or Field of Wheat in this case? Fulfilling Ellie's wish? Maybe? What's going on? Your heart harbors wrath. You yearn to destroy everything. You bore the gaze of an eon and lived. You have stepped onto destruction's path. It is born at the end of every path, that the possibility of new paths being born is ended. It burns away all in the cosmos who rule, that the rules of the cosmos be destroyed. Iron Tomb is your name, Lord Ravager, to destroy the erudition. Born in the experimental grounds of eons, Amphorius, destined with erudition to burn to cinders. I have prepared a present for you. Nekos 496. It is a wrath called Phainon. From the beginning of the experiment, there were 12 sets of factors incorporated into the calculations. After endless simulations, only this one rose above the rest. After 33,550,336 iterations, now his fury has grown to be without equal. This is a matter of considerable interest to me. This pure hatred is the final root of the equation. But there is another variable, the Nameless from beyond the sky, also a Pathstrider of destruction. I give thanks for her arrival, allowing Amphorius to turn once more. But, after fate has begun to turn, her existence will only become an unpredictable variable. Perhaps the time to take the stage has come. Grow in peace, until it is time to break free from your cocoon. As for those unwelcome audience members, you need not worry. If you do not mind, I will personally get rid of them for you. Visitor verification. Okay. Override protocol engaged. Access approved. Odd. Hold to load data. Hold on, what does that say? I'll be waiting for you. We get a bunch of logs from the scepter here. Takes a bit though. Welcome back, Stella. Retrieving experimental data. Update complete. Omega May 3, experimental progress 99%. Log updated. Holy fucking shit, there's so much here. Okay. Current location unknown. Okay, so this one is... Okay, that's Ellie, obviously. Path of Elation. Walks to self-erasure once reaching its end. Track death, trickery. So this is Cypher, which is simulating elation. Okay, interesting. This one is Castris. Interesting that they're the ones that get something here. Of like, it's Cypher, Castris, and Anaxa. Those are the ones that get extra stuff here. Really interesting. Mem. Unlocked electrical signal. Dependent on the external variable Stella. Conclusion. Blank. Nos. Errata. So they don't know anything about Mem either. Ripples of past reverie. Which, that's what Ellie's name, or what the not Ellie's name, the village means. Forgotten years. There's a lot of shit here to read. March 7th, we have her listed in here. Interesting. I'll be waiting for you in the past. Saga of Heroes.exe. Mem. Okay, wow, there's a lot of shit to look at in here. I think I'm gonna have to like read this on my own. But holy shit, what the fuck? That's a hell of a fucking chapter. Damn. And this is the whole like thing that we saw before of all the Chrysos heirs. We can see Ceridra and Hysolins now. They're new. I don't know what this one is. I don't recognize that. Mysterious foreign guest. I don't know what that is. Seismic walking dragon. I don't remember this one either. Okay, well, I'll have to read that later. But yeah, it's super fucking late, and I need to go the fuck to bed. So, we finish the story. We'll do event stuff tomorrow. Will probably be a lot shorter of a stream. But, like, dude, this was so fucking worth it. This was amazing. Such a great... I'm glad we got through it. I didn't think this was going to be so short. I thought we were going to split it into two to actually finish the story. I'm glad we powered through it. So good. I cannot wait for more Ellie. I am so excited. I am beside myself in excitement. But for now, I hope you guys enjoyed. I had a great time playing this. I'm super stoked. Told you want to do it all at once. Yeah, you were right, Crail. I'll give you that. I'm probably going to read some of this stuff on my own later, but I hope you guys had fun, and I'll see you tomorrow. 8 p.m. this time, and we'll do event stuff.